My general advice is continue to seek out companies or people that are maybe one stage or two stages ahead of you. And I think this is generalizable to not just to startups, but anyone seeking fast growth in their own professional lives, in their careers too. What does greatness look like? Try to seek out people who've been there, done that before, and then try to not connect with one, but try to interview 3, 5, 10 people to see what is a general pattern of greatness that look like that will get you to the next level of the company, next stage, maybe a year, 12 months from now, 24 months from now. Seek out people who kind of went down that path a few times. Then you'll start to find this pattern that start to emerge. What are things that you need to have 12 months from now, 24 months from now that you currently don't have? Then try to build a path towards that. It's almost like Amazon's or Jeff Bezos' mantra of working backwards. Think about what your end game or next stage look like, and then figure out your steps to getting there, and who do you need to work with, upgrading or coaching your existing team or recruiting from somewhere else to really level your leadership. Because ultimately, the job of a CEO is to do 3 things, right? One is get the strategy right for your company, making sure it's executed, get the right teams onboarded, getting the resources, whether it be fundraising or allocating your resources. So it's strategy, people, or team, figuring out how you need to navigate those things to get to the next level.
Well, when I was younger, I used to be in bands. I'd play drums in bands and toured America with them, did a lot of session drumming, recorded albums. So yeah, it was good fun doing the drumming. The only reason I stopped it, well, I still play, but not as serious as I did when I was younger, but drumming doesn't pay the bills. I was never good enough to be able to pay the bills with it, but it was good fun. I started RJF, and the reason I started it was I saw a gap in the market for particular early stage and startup businesses. With the experience that I've got of running businesses, of being a finance director at the very biggest companies in the world to being finance director of small startups, we were looking at providing more than just basic accountancy services. So yes, we'll do all that. We'll do all the basic, all the statutory side of things that you need to do. But there's so much more value that we can add, and I wanted to have my experience to help these startups, because a lot of them don't really know where to go. You can go to your high street accountants and they can do a good job compliance-wise, but you would question whether they've actually been in the fire line of a business. Have you been in a business where you're thinking, how do I pay wages next week? Or business is really successful, what do we do with it next? Or how do we grow it? How do we grow into international territories? Or how do we grow our markets? How do we expand? So a lot of the experience I've seen over the years and seen different types of business in different sectors, I thought, well, it's a real value that I can add to these businesses as opposed to just being an FD, because a lot of these businesses can't afford an FD. But if we can take care of their statutory side of things, the compliance side of things, I'm on hand to be able to help and advise businesses with their growth strategy, or if they're in difficulty, help them through these times.
From Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Here was his reaction.
The victims of yesterday's strike join a record number of humanitarian workers who've been killed in this particular conflict. These people are heroes. We've spoken directly to the Israeli government about this particular incident. We've urged a swift, a thorough, and impartial investigation to understand exactly what happened.
Joining me now for more on this is Michael Knights. He is the Washington Institute Jill and Jay Bernstein Fellow. Michael, always great to have you on the show, where sometimes we have to talk about pretty difficult things. We heard from Jose Andres, the well-known chef and the founder of World Central Kitchen, who reacted to this news in a social media post, in part saying the Israeli government needs to stop this indiscriminate killing. It needs to stop restricting humanitarian aid, stop killing civilians and aid workers, and stop using food as a weapon. What, if anything, Michael, do you expect will change about any of those behaviors on the part of Israel?
Israel has no interest in these kind of stories coming out on air. It obviously undermines their war effort against Hamas. It undermines their global reputation. So they're not doing these things on purpose when it comes to, for instance, collateral damage incidents. So they'll try as hard as they can not to do this self-inflicted wound again. When it comes to the food security inside Gaza, they're already moving pretty fast to try and open up multiple access routes and try to reduce the risk of famine within Gaza.
Well, Michael, it's striking to me that we got the news of this airstrike on the same day that we were getting news reports of the U.S. preparing up to $18 billion in additional arms sales to Israel. Understanding how Israel's behavior may change is one thing, but what about the U.S.? Is there a world in which things happen to a degree at which the U.S. is no longer going to be able to condone all of Israel's behavior, no longer provide that kind of lethal aid, at least to the same degree?
That seems unlikely. The US and Israel are, for better or worse, depending on your view, tied at the hip strategically. The US has in the past reduced the amount of offensive weapons that is sent to a country like Saudi Arabia, and that itself was a heavy diplomatic and industrial ask for us to stop providing weapons to people who have built their militaries around our weapons and who are close partners. We did it. But it was only a temporary measure. I think with Israel, that's less likely because Israel's in the middle of what it sees as an existential war that it sees as it did not start and now it's trying to finish off. So I don't think we're going to see much change there. I mean, the reality is America, us, I'm a US citizen, we've blown up a lot of weddings, a lot of funerals, a lot of other things, and we did not expect our security partners to turn their backs on us when we did that. They just expected us to do better in the future.
Point taken, Michael. Of course, as you talk about the war that Israel is still conducting, that they want to see through to the end, that likely will include an operation of some kind in Rafah. And we know that yesterday, Israeli and U.S. officials talked about potentially what that operation could look like. We know the U.S. has concerns, but we've heard from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the last few days that he intends, the plan is to move the more than 1 million Palestinian civilians that are in Rafah out, get them the humanitarian aid they need, then move in to attack the remaining Hamas battalions there. Can Israel actually pull that off?
Yeah, it's very likely that Israel is going to do a kind of clearance operation in the Rafah area and what they call the Philadelphia corridor along the Egyptian border, where they'll want to destroy as many of the long-term tunnels that link Egypt to Israel as possible to aid with a kind of permanent defeat of Hamas as a military organization. The question is really down to the details now. So it's about when you bring people out of Rafah, do you do biometric scanning of them to ensure that there's no known terrorists amongst them, or indeed hostages being brought out amongst them, being smuggled out? So we're really down into the weedy details of exactly how that should be done. And that will take a couple of months, but the Israelis are not in a hurry.
Well, in the meantime, it's worth noting that Israel hasn't just been focusing exclusively on Hamas. Reportedly, they struck directly Iran's embassy in Syria, killing more than a dozen members of Iranian military personnel, including reportedly 2 generals. Iran is now vowing revenge on Israel after blaming it for that strike. The supreme leader said, and this is a quote, "Israel will be punished. We will make them regret their crime." What could that look like, Michael? How concerned should we be about escalation here?
Well, this was a really heavy hit for the Iranians. We had 11 killed, and amongst those were the 3 highest, the most senior Iranian paramilitary officers. Their equivalent of the CIA, really. The 3 most senior officers they have in the Syria-Lebanon area were all killed, along with their key staff officers. So for the Israelis, this was a tremendous piece of targeting, and struck a military attache's office off to the side of the Iranian embassy. Now, the Iranians always say they're going to hit back hard. Generally speaking, they don't after the US or the Israelis kill one of their senior officers. They make sure that all the other outstations are well protected. They withdraw people who are vulnerable and might get hit next. They prepare their move, and then at some point they'll probably go make an Israeli consulate blow up somewhere, or they'll try to. But they generally, again, they don't rush it. They wait until the moment is right for them, and then they usually strike back in a way that does not require the Israelis to then escalate even more.
But that's Iran specifically, Michael. What about actions its proxies could take? Not just thinking of Hamas here, but Hezbollah, for example.
Yeah, excellent point. So the proxies, when it comes to things that will draw a response against Iran directly, the proxies are very mindful of Iran's overall security. Hezbollah itself is very mindful of not doing anything that will draw the Israelis into a major ground forces incursion or invasion of southern Lebanon. So the Israelis are calculating that all the proxies out there are doing as much as they can do, like the Houthis in the Red Sea or the Iraqis, or they are concerned about escalation to the extent where they will not react to this. That's why the Israelis keep pushing their luck with more and more devastating strikes on Iranian leadership figures inside Syria, Lebanon, and potentially other places.
So finally, Michael, in our final minute here, would you say that the odds of another front opening up in this war are higher or lower than they were yesterday before this news?
They're higher because now we have a sudden burst of emotion within the Iranian leadership, but not significantly higher. The reality is if Israel goes into Lebanon, it'll probably go in next year. And right now, the conflict is slowly de-escalating and stretching out.
All right, Michael Knights, it's always great to have you here on Balance of Power with your expertise. We really appreciate you joining us. Michael Knights, of course, the Washington Institute Jill and Jay Bernstein Fellow, as we keep an eye on what is happening in Israel. And again, the death of 7 humanitarian aid workers working on behalf of World Central Kitchen, which has now paused its operations in the region. We will see what more we hear from the Israeli investigation into the strike that killed them. We'll have much more on that story and others throughout the hour here on Balance of Power. First, though, as always, we got to get a check on other world and national news. Amy Morris has that in our 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Kaylee. President Biden and the Chinese leader Xi Jinping spoke by telephone today. It was their first one-on-one communication since meeting in California last November. Biden pushed Xi on how to use its leverage with Russia and Iran to enhance stability both around the war in Ukraine and in the Middle East. Xi says China wants to maintain stable U.S. ties but will not tolerate Taiwan independence. Meanwhile, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen will travel to China this week, the second time in 9 months, aiming to press her counterparts on a buildup of industrial overcapacity and unfair trade practices. China says they welcome the visit. Israel Defense Forces also offered some sympathy to the families of the 7 aid workers killed in that Israeli airstrike last night, an American among the dead. While falling short of accepting responsibility, IDF spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari delivered condolences in a video statement earlier today, promising an investigation.
As a professional military committed to international law, we are committed to examining our operations thoroughly and transparently.
The founder of the World Central Kitchen, Chef Jose Andres, said in a statement that a convoy of 3 vehicles carrying food and staff members had just left a warehouse in a deconflicted zone when it was attacked. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said aid workers are being killed in record numbers in Gaza and must be protected. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Good news is bad news on Wall Street. Stocks are selling off. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the red right now. We've got the S&P down 49 points, a decline of 0.9%. Dow Industrials down 452, a drop right now of 1.1%. NASDAQ down 199 points, lower by 1.2%. 10-year yield, 4.35%, with that 2-year, 4.69%. Spot gold up $7 now, up 0.3%. Gold, $22.58 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude, $84.55 a barrel, up by 1%. Stocks and bonds dropping around the world as solid economic readings and a rally in commodities spurs speculation that major central banks will keep rates higher for longer. A fresh batch of Labor Department data point to a relatively stable labor market. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
U.S. job openings edged higher in February, even with major job cuts in technology and finance. Vacancies nationwide totaled 8.76 million, a hair above January's tally. The data set the stage for the monthly employment report. Economists see March payroll growth topping 200,000 for the fourth month in a row. We'll get that data Friday. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Tesla shares are now down by 5.2%. Tesla suffered its first year-over-year sales drop since the early days of the COVID pandemic. And Rivian Automotive built and delivered more EVs last quarter than Wall Street expected. Rivian shares, they're down now by 5.3%. Again, recapping, stocks are lower. S&P right now down 49, a decline of 0.9%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, here's your host, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet, always with an eye on the markets. Thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lines in Washington, where I am always with an eye on politics, but also with March Madness. So just excuse this basketball reference here. But Donald Trump has beaten the buzzer. He had 10 days to post bond in this civil fraud case in which he was said to owe $454 million back to New York because of fraud. He had originally to post a bond of 120% of that amount. It was then reduced to $175 million. He had 10 days to do so. That 10 days would have been up later on this week, but it was yesterday, late in the day, that he actually posted that bond. Joining us now with more, Eric Larson, who covers all things legal for us here at Bloomberg. So, Eric, he did it. But we know that when the bond was of a larger size, he was rejected from a lot of different firms who were not willing to give him a bond of that amount. So who was willing to give him this one?
Well, so Trump had said in court filings before that bond was reduced that he had reached out to about 30 insurance companies that arrange these types of appeal bonds. And they were willing to do business with him, it seems. It's just that they wanted all of the collateral in cash. And they wouldn't take his real estate as collateral. So it was a problem for Trump because he didn't have enough cash. But after that bond was lowered, a company called Knight Insurance in Los Angeles reached out to him and offered to arrange this $175 million bond. That was not one of the companies that Trump had recently reached out to. So it was just sort of out of the blue. They apparently reached out and came to this agreement. They said that Trump put up all cash as collateral, and now they're on the hook to pay this amount if Trump's appeal fails. It is up to this company to make sure that an entire $454 million plus interest is paid to the state of New York if Trump loses his appeal.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the appeal because it is important to note that the penalty, again, in the verdict was $454 million. He is trying to appeal that, and this bond had to be posted while that appeal plays out. So what happens next in that appeals process, Eric?
So now that this bond drama is out of the way, we will start to actually move forward with the appeal. Both sides will be given a chance to file extensive briefs with the appeals court, outlining why the verdict and the penalty should either stay the way they are or be overturned or reduced. That'll be on the merits of the case, they call it. And eventually there'll be probably oral arguments in court in Manhattan, where lawyers for Trump and New York Attorney General Letitia James will make their final pitch to the appeals court about whether or not this trial outcome should be reversed.
Well, and of course, this is all just in the New York civil case that we're talking about here. There is also the New York criminal case, the hush money payments case that was brought by Alvin Bragg. That trial is supposed to begin less than 2 weeks from now on April 15th. And it was also last night that the judge in that case expanded the gag order against the former president in that case. Why did he do so? Now, how expansive is this gag order?
Right. So the gag order was already fairly extensive. And the judge had said that in order to protect the safety of the jurors in this trial, as well as everyone else involved in it, prosecutors, that Trump needed to be barred from making comments outside court about them. Of course, there was fear that it could lead to violence. And Alvin Bragg's office showed the judge extensive evidence of Trump's behavior, potentially inciting violence. For example, we all saw what happened on January 6th. So there was a lot of concern about safety. But then as soon as this order was issued last week, Trump over the weekend started attacking the judge's daughter in social media posts and claiming that she was a Democratic hack, that sort of thing, and even pointed to an X account that he claimed was hers and used an image of Trump behind bars and said that he can't get a fair trial because of this judge's daughter. Turns out that account wasn't actually the daughter's. It was a bogus account. And just because of Trump's behavior over the weekend, the DA asked for the gag order to be extended to cover the judge's family and family members of everyone else involved. So that is what the judge did.
All right. This is why you can't always trust everything you see on the internet. And don't we know that well as journalists? Eric Larson, who covers all things legal for us here at Bloomberg, thank you so much. Now, of course, Donald Trump can't just focus all of his energy on his various legal troubles. He is also actively running a presidential campaign. And that campaign today takes him to two key swing states, Wisconsin and Michigan, where he is expected to talk mostly about the border and probably a variety of other things as well. So on that note, let's bring in our political panel. With us now, Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, Bloomberg Politics contributor, and Lisa Camuso-Miller, former RNC Communications Director and host of the Friday Reporter podcast. So ladies, always great to have you here on Balance of Power. Lisa, just first to you, Trump has only held two official campaign events since Super Tuesday, when he locked in the number of delegates needed basically to secure the nomination, or got almost all the way there. How significant is it that when he is deciding to actively campaign more, these are his visits today, Wisconsin and Michigan?
Oh, Kaylee, I think it is absolutely premeditated and part of the plan all the way around. So much of what he's doing is still very public. And so while he's not necessarily traveling for campaign events, he's still very much in the news every single day, all day long. But this particular conversation that he wants to have today is about immigration and is about some incidents that have happened. On March 22nd, there was a woman that was reportedly murdered by illegal. There's so many other things that are really dominating conservative talk radio in those parts of the world. And I think the campaign is also seeing, too, that there has been some indication that there's some real dissatisfaction with Joe Biden in those places. And so I think he and the campaign are seeing an opportunity, and they're going to it.
Well, it's noteworthy, Jeannie, that he's going to talk about the border in states that are not southern border states, at least. Obviously, proximity is to the northern border. So I wonder what that says about the issue of border security and immigration, and to the extent that it's going to dominate the election, not just in those states where they would theoretically feel the impact the most, but everywhere, including these battleground states. And how does Biden counter that message from Trump?
Yeah, it's fascinating because, as we know, the border issue is now an issue in states in the Northeast, in the South, in the West. It's all across the country. The Trump team knows that. You know, we had Donald Trump again just this day using the term bloodbath again, calling the border Biden's bloodbath. So returning to that rhetoric that we talked about a couple of weeks ago. And of course, this industrial corridor is critical for him. We've seen in the last two elections, to win the presidency, you have to win Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. You have to do very well. And what we saw from the Bloomberg Morning Consult poll, the last poll showed Joe Biden improving his numbers in those three states. And, you know, to your point, Donald Trump has not visited these states, I think, since he became the presumptive nominee. And Joe Biden has been in 8 swing states since he became the presumptive nominee. And this speaks to the cash imbalance they have. So Donald Trump knows he needs to get out there. And of course, Wisconsin has a primary, and Donald Trump is determined to show that Joe Biden's popularity is waning both in Wisconsin and Michigan.
Well, on the subject of Joe Biden and Wisconsin, Jeannie, we also should point out there is a movement today to vote uninstructed on the Democratic ballot instead of for Biden. This is a movement to register essentially opposition to the administration's response to the situation in Gaza, their support for Israel. It's being led by the Listen to Wisconsin campaign. Their goal, Jeannie, is to get 20,000 voters to vote for uninstructed. That's roughly Biden's margin of victory over Trump in 2020. How concerning will it be for the Biden re-election campaign if those 20,000 voters indeed just choose the other option instead of him?
It's a big concern. I mean, he's already the presumptive nominee. The people running this campaign in Wisconsin know that it is not going to cost him the nomination, but they are trying to make the case, to your point, that they can cost him the same margin by which he won the state. And we've already seen this across the country. We saw 101,000 non-committed or uncommitted votes in Michigan, about 89,000, I think, in Washington, 52 in Colorado. So these vote numbers are tracking up. I think we already have 26 uncommitted voters, or uncommitted delegates rather, going to the convention in Chicago. And depending on what happens in Wisconsin today, the number may increase. And that is what I am watching, because if we see Wisconsin and other states and the number of uncommitted increase, we are looking really at a very, very difficult convention for Democrats in Chicago, Cook County being the largest population of Palestinian Americans in the country. So it's going to make 1968 look like a cakewalk for these Democrats as they look at the protests that are going to be there in Chicago if we don't see a ceasefire before then. So this is very concerning to the Biden team.
Lisa, what's more concerning? A few thousand or maybe even up to 100,000, as is in the case of Michigan that Jeannie was talking about, voting for uninstructed or uncommitted instead of Biden, or a Republican primary electorate that's somewhere between 20 and 30% of them are still not choosing Trump, even though he is the presumptive nominee. If we see things like that showing up again in today's primary states, how concerned should the Trump campaign be?
I'm not so sure that they are as concerned, Kaylee, because it will be very different at the Republican convention than it will be at the Democratic convention, as Jeannie very carefully laid out. I think the one thing that really sort of becomes curious to me is, how does this play out in the Democratic convention? Does it necessarily cause some sort of change in the nominee or the nominating process there? And also, too, there is also this third part of it, which is, are people going to stay home? Are they going to come out in spite of the fact that they don't support Donald Trump? Are they going to vote? Are they going to skip the top of the ticket and vote down the ballot? This to me is such a study, and especially for someone like Jeannie, who watches this even more closely than I do every day. It's remarkable. This is going to be a historic election regardless of all of that. But I don't necessarily think, Kaylee, that this is of concern for the Trump campaign, because they know that they still have a very, very solid 40% of the base that is with them regardless of whatever happens.
Well, whatever happens, Lisa, I was going to point out that by the time we get to the Republican convention, as we were just talking about with our legal reporter, Eric Larson, we very well could be talking about a Republican nominee that is a convicted felon, depending on how the trial in New York that starts in 2 weeks pans out. How will that change, Lisa? What is likely to happen at the Republican convention? Will it change anything at all?
Oh, gee, I mean, I wish I could say yes, Kaylee, but unfortunately, I think that there are some really hardened supporters that are going to see this as an indictment of of the former president in a way that isn't just because of his behavior, but because of politics. And that has been something that he has used as his narrative all along. So regardless of the facts, they are using this as a way to demonstrate that the federal government is overreaching, that the legal system is overreaching, and they are going to do everything they can from the Trump campaign and from that point of view to demonstrate why it is that Republicans need to come out and support Donald Trump regardless of his legal status, because in fact, this is an overreach. Now, you and I both know that those are not the actual facts, but I do want to lay out that that is what they are, that is the message and the narrative that they are advancing, and it is winning right now amongst the people that support him.
Well, and perception, as we know, can often be reality. Jeannie, just finally, we have only about a minute left, but obviously Biden has tried to contrast himself with Trump on these kind of issues around legal issues, around democracy. Are those really the messages, though, that can best counter a direct message like the border and migrants that Trump is delivering today?
Yeah, I mean, they're the best ones that he has. He wants to remind people they don't want to go back to the chaos that was and is Donald Trump. They feel like they are making some headroads there because as Donald Trump has been in the news and saying all the things he's been saying and all the trials and the porn stars, it has helped Joe Biden minimally in some of these swing states, and they're going to focus on that. And, you know, just to go back to Wisconsin, we know the Democrats have opened 36 offices around that state with their financial advantage. Donald Trump still has 0. So it's going to be a fight on the ground, and Donald Trump is taking to the airwaves to see if he can use it that way. So it's going to be a strange election in that respect.
Indeed it is. Jeannie, Lisa.
of politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Welcome to Balance of Power, live on Bloomberg Television and Radio on this Tuesday, April 2nd, which is primary day in a number of states, including New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Wisconsin, where there is a movement to vote uninstructed in the Democratic ballot instead of for President Biden. And former President Trump is in Wisconsin as well as Michigan today in a few campaign stops. We'll have more with Bloomberg's Nancy Cook and with our political panel, Jeannie Shanzano and Lisa Camuso-Miller this hour. Plus, we have to have the latest on Israel after 7 humanitarian aid workers working for World Central Kitchen were killed in an IDF strike. James Jeffrey, former ambassador to Iraq and Turkey and chair of the Wilson Center's Middle East program, will be joining me. Plus, Biden and Xi Jinping, that is, the Chinese president, talk one-on-one for the first time since November. We'll have more with former Deputy U.S. Trade Representative Sarah Bianchi, who's now at Evercore, on this program. First, though, as always, we kick things off with a check on financial markets, and Charlie Pellet has that for us in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kaylee. Indeed, hot economic news sending stocks lower with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red right now, right to the numbers. Steep losses with the S&P down 45 points, a drop right now of 0.9%. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 452 for the Dow, a decline now of 1.1%. We've got NASDAQ down 178 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a drop right now of 1.1%. 10-year yield 4.35%. The 2-year 4.67%. Spot gold up $8.50 the ounce to $22.59, up now by 0.4%. While West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up 93 cents a barrel, 84.64 on WTI, up now by 1.1%. A lot of red on the screen, including those health insurance stocks. They're tumbling after government regulators did not boost payments for private Medicare plans like the industry had come to expect. Humana is the most exposed to Medicare among large insurance companies. Humana shares down now by 14.3%. United Health Group, the largest American health insurer, down 7.9%. CVS Health, that stock down now by 9.2%. Again, recapping, steep losses for the U.S. stock market with the S&P now down 45 points, a drop now of 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet in New York. Back we go to Washington once again. Here she is, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you very much, and a very happy Tuesday to you. A Tuesday, of course, which isn't just any Tuesday. It's also primary day in a handful of states, as I mentioned, Wisconsin included, as well as Rhode Island, New York, and Connecticut. But there is the question of whether any of these primaries actually matter much at all when Donald Trump and Joe Biden already have all but locked up the respective nominations for their parties. So what, if anything, could we actually learn from the contest taking place today? Bloomberg's Nancy Cook, who covers national politics for us, is joining me here in our Washington studio. So, Nancy, are there any states today that could actually be interesting, or is just nothing really that interesting? It is interesting as a relative term in the 2024 presidential election cycle.
Well, I think what's interesting about the primaries today is just, obviously we know who both of the nominees are, but we can still look at sort of the level of support. It gives us a chance to look at the level of support for the candidates in these key states. And so to sort of get a sense of like how people are doing with all these different demographic groups who, they'll really need to court ahead of the 2024 election. So I would put white suburban women in that category, Black voters, Hispanic voters. These are the groups that are really going to be up for grabs that both Trump and Biden are really going after.
Well, and there's the question of young voters, too, which could be potentially problematic for Biden, considering there is a movement in Wisconsin in particular, one of these key swing states, to vote uninstructed on the Democratic ballot instead of for him. This is a protest over the administration's policy of supporting Israel despite what's happening in Gaza. They want 20,000 voters to vote uninstructed. Roughly the margin of victory for Biden over Trump in 2020. How worried is the Biden campaign about that at this point?
I think the Biden campaign is stressed out about that. I think that there is real blowback for the way that Biden has been handling Israel. There is a real sense of outrage among young voters about how he is handling things with Gaza. And I think that there is a sense, the election in November is going to be so close that even if you have people who don't necessarily, if young voters don't necessarily vote for Trump, but they just stay home, that alone could cost Biden the election. And so these primaries and sort of what the turnout looks like is also very instructive for what both campaigns are up against.
Well, speaking of both campaigns, the other campaign, the Trump campaign, is on the move today. He is in Wisconsin as well as in Michigan, making 2 stops to talk about the border in what are not exactly border states, at least certainly not southern border states. How significant is it that he's choosing these places to go and bringing this message?
Well, I think that the Trump campaign really sees immigration as one of the key things that they're going to talk about, heading into 2024. We're seeing Democrats sort of use abortion in the same way. They see it as a major vulnerability for Biden, something that they feel like he hasn't been able to handle, sort of dealing with the southern border well, and people are really outraged by it. Trump has also really been seizing on some of the crimes that have happened recently with undocumented immigrants and sort of using that as an example of this tough on crime, tough on immigration message. And I think that it's something that he'll really continue to play up.
Well, of course, these events today are some of only a handful that we've seen over the course of the last month. Since Super Tuesday, when effectively the race became over for the Republican nomination, he's only had 2 events prior to today. Is this just a financial question, to the extent to which a campaign that is having a greater difficulty pulling in money from donors and having to shell out a lot for legal fees as well? Is he going to be able to campaign to the same extent that President Biden is when he swung through a multitude of swing states since his State of the Union that same week?
Well, you have to remember that Trump faced a primary, and so he had to do a lot more traveling from January, February, and March than Biden did, when Biden was mostly dormant and at the White House, still being president, but sort of not doing this raft of visits. And so I think the way that the Trump campaign views it is, for the spring, I don't think that we're going to see him doing as many of these rallies. He's facing a lot of court cases. I think their strategy is, we don't want to spend a ton of money doing a bunch of rallies this spring. We want to save that money for the summer and fall when it's going to matter more. They are at a financial disadvantage, as you said, compared to Biden, and I think that they really want to conserve that cash. And in the meantime, the Trump team has really been focused on trying to raise more money to match what the Democrats have, and also just reorganizing the RNC, sort of taking this moment to, now that he's the nominee, to kind of figure out how they want to move forward and what their strategy in the battleground states is going to be.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that Trump does have the benefit of a lot of free earned media as well, who covers each and every appearance at courthouses, in which he can kind of use it almost as a campaign stop. It's an ability to speak to voters about the wrongs that he feels have been done to him through the Department of Justice, to whatever degree of merit they may have. Nancy Cook, thank you so much, as always. Bloomberg national politics reporter joining me today. Really appreciate it. And of course, as Nancy and I discussed that uninstructed vote effort in Wisconsin, that does come back to the administration's policy surrounding Israel, as there is an ongoing war between Israel and Hamas. And some of the latest news we have received on that front came from World Central Kitchen. It's a humanitarian aid group working to get aid to those who need it, the thousands of hungry Palestinian civilians in Gaza. But they lost 7 members of that group in an Israeli strike yesterday. In part, the statement from World Central Kitchen reads that the 7 killed were from Australia, Poland, the United Kingdom, a dual citizen of the U.S. and Canada, and Palestine. World Central Kitchen has paused operations in the region, and we heard from Jose Andres, who is the founder of World Central Kitchen, and of course a famous chef as well, who said that the Israeli government needs to stop this indiscriminate killing. We also heard from the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken about this earlier today. This is what he said.
The victims of yesterday's strike join a record number of humanitarian workers who've been killed in this particular conflict. These people are heroes. We've spoken directly to the Israeli government about this particular incident. We've urged a swift, a thorough, and impartial investigation to understand exactly what happened.
Joining me now for more on this is James Jeffrey. He is Wilson Center Chair of the Middle East Program and former U.S. Ambassador to Iraq. and Turkey. Ambassador, thank you so much for being here on Bloomberg Television and Radio. On the same day that we get news of 7 aid workers being killed in an IDF strike, we also got news of potentially billions of dollars and more arms sales that the U.S. could make to Israel. How much longer is this going to be a pattern of behavior? No matter what happens in Gaza, no matter who it happens to, the U.S. is still standing behind the Israeli government.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on. This is a terribly tough situation for the U.S. government to be in because of 3 things. First, Israel is in an existential fight for the first time in 50 years, and this is a fight broadly throughout the region that the United States needs to have Israel and its other allies win against not just Hamas, but Iran, Hezbollah, and the Houthis closing down the Red Sea. Second, Israel needs to do much more immediately to enable the flood of humanitarian assistance into Gaza and take much more care, what we call more restrictive combat rules of engagement to avoid new attacks on humanitarian workers, or for that matter, civilians of any sort, in this very difficult fight. But the third point, which you didn't hear Blinken say, is that for Israel to do this, and I advocate it should, we all have to take into consideration this will result in more Israeli soldiers killed in a longer battle. That is, we've seen this in the fight against the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. When we tightened rules of engagement, we lost, not us, but the Iraqi and Syrian allies lost far more forces. So we released them in 2017 and 2018 in Syria, and the New York Times is now looking into that.
Okay, so there could be a lot of loss all around, not just of civilian life, but potentially the lives of members of the Israeli military as well. To go back, Ambassador, to your point about this being existential for Israel, are we at a point now 6 months into this conflict where this is also existential for the Palestinian people? We're not just talking about tens of thousands killed, but potentially hundreds of thousands, if not in the millions of people who could face imminent famine if aid does not get in a more expedient manner.
Absolutely, which is why Israel has been working and the United States and other countries have been working. The irony is that everybody has been doing somewhat better in the past few weeks. We still are very concerned about several 100,000 people in North Gaza, but aid is getting into the south in a relatively reasonable flow, about 200 trucks a day. But nonetheless, the other thing you have to think of is, look, if Israel were to stop this war today, as the UN seems to want, and leave Gaza, you would have 2.4 million people in the rubble, ruled by what's left of Hamas, which would simply prepare for another attack on Israel. That's not a future for the Palestinian people, too. This is a very difficult conundrum that President Biden faces, the Israeli face, and we all face. It's not just like Russia, stop fighting in Ukraine and go home and we'll all be happy. That's not the situation here, and it's often presented that way. There are really hard choices here.
Yeah, well, and sir, you mentioned the UN, which of course the Security Council passed a resolution calling for a ceasefire just last week. The U.S. did not veto that. It just abstained from the vote. On the subject of a ceasefire, though, we did get a statement from the Israeli Prime Minister's office on behalf of Mossad today that they sent an updated proposal in the hostage release and ceasefire talks that are happening in Cairo. How optimistic are you that, if not a permanent ceasefire deal, but a temporary one, can be reached in the near term?
Not very. We have seen this movie now for 2 months. Israel, pressed by the United States, Egypt, and Qatar, it keeps on coming up with new temporary ceasefire provisions. We endorse them. It goes to Hamas. Hamas says no. The reason is that Hamas looks at the international reaction to blunders like the Israeli attack on the World Central Kitchen and decides we can sit it out. We can demand Israel just leaves, and sooner or later the international community will support us. And I fear that might be right. And that's not a good thing for anybody, not for the Israelis and not for the people of Gaza.
Well, and of course, there are other areas of the Middle East to consider here as well. After yesterday, we got the news that Iran is blaming Israel for striking directly its embassy in Syria, which they say killed 2 top generals as well as a number of other Iranian military personnel. Now, Iran's supreme leader is vowing revenge on Israel. He says, this is a quote, "Israel will be punished. We will make them regret their crime." How concerned, Ambassador, are you in this moment about escalation, not just between Israel and Hamas, which of course is an Iranian proxy, but Israel and Iran directly?
I certainly think the administration is concerned about escalation, but again, we are in a war because American forces, be it in the Red Sea, be it in Iraq, Syria, and Jordan, coming under fire and are firing back at times. Escalation is a concern, but there's also a concern of winning, not losing. Israel was struck repeatedly in the last 2 days by Iranian surrogate forces firing weapons made in Iran or given from Iran, including at an Israeli base in Eilat in the south of the country. So Israel sees this as responding. It would be happy to stop shooting at southern Lebanon, to stop shooting at Syria, to stop shooting at Yemen, but they're the people who decided to start shooting after the 7th of October. That's the problem again. It always seems to come back to, why did Israel do that? Why did Israel escalate? Why does Israel make mistakes? They didn't ask for this fight.
It's great to get your perspective on this, Ambassador. And it's also worth noting, of course, you served as ambassador not just to Iraq, but Turkey as well. So in our final 90 seconds with you, leaning on that expertise, we did see over this weekend, too, Erdogan, the Turkish president, and his party being dealt pretty significant blows in municipal elections. How should we be thinking about what is happening domestically in Turkey and what effect, if any, that could have on the wider balance in the Middle East?
Well, Erdogan did well a year ago in the national elections where he got a new 5-year term as president. And what this shows is that if you have a good leader of the opposition, and that's effectively the candidate for mayor in Istanbul, Mr. İmamoğlu, that the Turkish people are saying, okay, we voted for you, you've been in control for 20 years, but we're unhappy about the economy. We're unhappy about some of your political decisions, particularly the restraint on rights and things like press freedom. So we want to send you a message. It doesn't mean the end of Erdogan. He's still in a powerful position, but it means he has to be careful.
All right, Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us here on Balance of Power. Really great to get your perspective. That's James Jeffrey, former U.S. ambassador to both Iraq and Turkey, now at the Wilson Center, where he is chair of the Middle East program, joining us today on Bloomberg Television and Radio, where we have much more coming up because it is not just Israel that we have to have our eye on in terms of geopolitics, but China as well. After President Biden, U.S. President Xi Jinping, or Chinese President Xi Jinping, rather, spoke by phone today. The first time they've talked one-on-one since November. We'll have more on that later this hour. We're going to talk about abortion rights in Florida next with our political panel right here on Bloomberg.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. It is a good news is bad news day on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index deeply in the red. Stocks and bonds dropped around the globe as solid economic readings and a rally in commodities spurred speculation that major central banks will keep rates higher for longer. Here's where we stand. S&P right now down 50 to 51.93. The S&P's down by 1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average now lower by 508 points, down 1.3%, while NASDAQ is down 188 points now, down by 1.1%. 10-year yield 4.36% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.70%. Spot gold up $9.50 the ounce to $22.60, up 0.4%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.3%, $84.80 for a barrel of WTI. Tesla has suffered its first year-over-year sales drop since the early days of the COVID pandemic. Tesla shares down 4.8%. Rivian Automotive, meanwhile, said it built and delivered more electric vehicles last quarter than Wall Street expected, giving the automaker a needed boost as it grapples with production hurdles and heavy costs. Shares, however, are lower. Rivian down by 4.4%. Again, recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 48 right now, down 0.9%. Balance of power continues now. Once again, here's your host, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I am Kaylee Lines, live from Washington, D.C., where town is still a little bit quiet because a lot of people that are usually here, namely all the members of Congress, aren't here right now. It is still recess or the district work period, whatever you want to call it, and many of them aren't even actually in their districts. A handful of them today are in Florida, including the House Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, who was partaking in a field hearing to discuss the issues of reproductive freedom. This is just a day after Florida's Supreme Court held up the 15-week abortion ban signed by Governor Ron DeSantis back in 2022, which now means a subsequent law which would ban abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy will soon be able to go into effect. But that's not all Florida Supreme Court ruled. They also ruled that a ballot initiative regarding reproductive rights and being enshrined in the Constitution will be on the ballot in November. They are allowing that to go forward. So with more, let's assemble our political panel. Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor, and Lisa Camuso-Miller, former RNC communications director and host of the Friday Reporter podcast. So Lisa, first to you, what did Florida Supreme Court just due to likely turnout in the state of Florida in November?
Well, Kaylee, they were busy yesterday for sure. And I think that what is interesting to me is that even if Donald Trump is successful in Florida, this decision yesterday is going to make it very difficult for him to thread the needle on this issue. He has said in the past that he's very proud of the fact that the courts have done what they need to do in order to strengthen laws around abortion. But he's also said that he's not in favor of this 6-week ban that has just, or will, in 30 days go into place. And so that means that this is really going to be a difficult place to message on an issue that already has been very nuanced for the former president. It also gives a ton of leeway and opportunity for the Democratic ticket to really message about an issue that is absolutely, definitely one that women and families are very adamant about one way or the other.
Yeah, your point is well taken, Lisa, on this being more difficult perhaps for Donald Trump, who my producer James reminded this morning is a resident of Florida. He could potentially be one of the ones who has the ability to vote on this ballot initiative come November. But Jeannie, Florida now, there have been murmurs this morning from some Democratic strategists, could potentially be a different political landscape for Democrats and for President Biden specifically because of the abortion factor. Could abortion being on the ballot actually put Florida in play, make it a swing state once again? Or is it just too red for that to really be true?
Yeah, I think to myself, that's a bit of wishful thinking on the part of Democrats. You know, Kaylee, like about 6 months, a year ago, we were hearing that from Democrats. And they said, look, at Florida may be up for grabs. But there is an enormous advantage for Republicans, not only in registration. I think it's about 850,000 more Republicans now in the state than Democrats. They also are so much better organized on the ground, and we've seen that play out in the last couple election cycles. So I'm not sure it puts the state up for grabs. And of course, if that's to happen, Democrats would have to invest money, and we haven't seen evidence of that yet. But I do think, as we look across the country, and we're seeing this in Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, when they're putting abortion on the ballot, one thing we know since the overturning of Roe is every time abortion or reproductive rights has been on the ballot, it has won. And so Democrats are hoping that by putting it on the ballot, even people in the moderate middle who support reproductive rights and who aren't as crazy about Joe Biden or not as sort of incentivized to get out to vote for him may go out and vote for him because they're energized by this issue. And, it's that issue of getting their voter and their base out that's going to decide this election. So from that perspective, all across the country, they're hoping that this helps them on the Democratic side.
Yeah, Jeannie, you bring up an excellent point about the pattern we've seen in the post-Roe era of what happened in the midterms in 2020 and what has happened in special elections or the like in states since then. Are Democrats, though, over-reliant on the idea of abortion being a galvanizing force, Jeannie, considering that every month we get closer to the election, it's a month further from the actual Dobbs decision and the overturning of Roe?
Yeah, and that's exactly why they are trying to make sure that these issues are on the ballot, to show that, to your point, it's not just something that happened in the past that we can move on from, but it's very much in your state. It's very much local and important to you. And these states may be threatening to restrict these rights. And of course, to Lisa's point, Donald Trump has sort of been all over the map on the issue of reproductive rights, from taking credit for overturning Roe to talking about several weeks swings by which he might want to allow there to be abortion. So it's not a good issue for him. But, the Democrats hope that this is going to say not only turn out voters, but sort of get them to vote for Joe Biden. We also haven't seen a lot of evidence of that either. So we have to be careful about that. It was in Florida in 2020. Donald Trump won, but the state also approved the $15 minimum wage, which just tells you that voters in Florida and elsewhere, they can split the baby just like anybody else. They can vote for one thing and something else. So it's not always going to line up like I vote for this ballot measure and I support Joe Biden. They can also support Donald Trump under those circumstances.
Well, Lisa, obviously you have spoken about the difficulty Trump in particular has with this abortion issue, but he's not going to be the only one on the ballot in November. There will be all the down ballot races as well, people vying for congressional seats. Have Republicans writ large figured out how they want to message abortion this election cycle, given everything that Jeannie just said about how much Democrats are leading into this issue?
Oh, no, I don't think anybody's agreed on anything on this issue, Kaylee, at all. But I do think, though, that there are a few things that will actually work in favor. I love how you made the point about Dobbs being every time we get closer to the election, we get further away from the decision. But over the course of time, there have been all of these other actions and activities that have happened that continue to keep the story alive. The issue of IVF, the issue of whether it should be 6 weeks, 12 weeks, 18 weeks. Regardless of all of that, it is incredibly nuanced discussion and incredibly difficult for really any elected official, Republican or Democrat, to talk about unless they are in favor of women's rights, right? And so that makes it very difficult. So it could be that Donald Trump would have one point of view and someone down ballot could have a very different point of view. So it could have an impact on one or another. I think, though, to Jeannie's point, that this, for the Democrats, as long as they don't overplay their hand, could very well be the one item and the one issue that does really help with turnout. And that's the one thing that's we're going to continue to talk about between now and November, about how important it is to keep people engaged in the conversation. Because as much as we hear that no one on either side is really thrilled about who the nominee is, that regardless of whoever it is, they are going to have to, the impetus is on them to keep people engaged and get them to the polls in order to support them, in order to be successful after Election Day in 24. And so this issue very well could be that issue that drives turnout or keeps people home.
So this is the issue that Democrats seem to be relying on, at least at this point, for that purpose, Lisa. It does seem that for Republicans, that issue is the border. And perhaps we're seeing further evidence of that today when former President Trump is making campaign stops in Michigan and Wisconsin to talk specifically about the border. Is that ultimately the issue that this election is going to be won or lost on, Lisa?
You know, I'm not necessarily sure. I think both of these issues, along with every other issue that relate to the economy, will continue to be the issue that matter the most. Everyone wants to know who is the candidate that's going to help me, help my family's bottom line, and make sure that I can do everything that I need to do in my daily life through good economic policy. And that, I think, still remains to be the issue. And that's why I think immigration continues to be the one that polls better, that keeps people more engaged, and is one that is absolutely still going to be very much part of the decision going into the voting booth on November, on Election Day in November. But the one thing, Kaylee, I think we have to keep in mind too is that Donald Trump is going to eat a little bit of the fact that he stood in the way of bipartisan border policy legislation in the House and the Senate. So that will definitely lay at his feet. And Republicans continue to try to thread the needle regardless. They blame the sitting president, President Biden, on just about everything. I mean, they tried to make the issue where the Key Bridge went down in Baltimore about an immigration issue so everyone's going to try to thread that needle every way they can. What's different, though, is that what we're going to need to see out of the mouths of these two candidates is how it is they're going to solve that issue and also deliver on the economy in a way that can make voters feel good about their candidacy and their presidency in 24.
All right, Lisa Camuso Miller, former RNC Communications Director and host of the Friday Reporter podcast, together with Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor. Thank you both so much for joining us. Lisa, of course, pointing to the bridge collapse we saw in Baltimore. The Francis Scott Key Bridge did collapse 1 week ago today, and the work to reopen the port of Baltimore is ongoing. We still probably have a long way to go, and even longer until that bridge is actually reconstructed. So we'll continue to follow that story for you. Meantime, Amy Morris is following a number of stories in world and national news, and she has that for us in the 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Kaylee. President Biden and the Chinese leader Xi Jinping spoke by telephone today, their first one-on-one communication since meeting in California last November. Xi told Biden that they'd like to maintain stable ties. Israeli military not apologizing. They're expressing sorrow after a group of 7 international aid workers killed by an Israeli airstrike in Gaza last night. Israel Defense Forces spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari acknowledged the deaths of the World Central Kitchen members in a video statement today.
I just spoke to WCK founder, Chef Jose Anders, and expressed the deepest condolences of Israel Defense Forces to the families and the entire World Central Kitchen family.
Israel says an investigation is underway. The New York judge presiding over Donald Trump's hush money trial has expanded a gag order in the case after the former president attacked the judge and his daughter on social media. That trial starts April 15th. Voters in 4 states are casting ballots in their parties today, a largely symbolic vote now that both President Biden and Donald Trump have locked up their respective nominations. Both are expected to easily win primaries today. Primaries going on in New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Wisconsin. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Steep losses for the U.S. stock market. Stocks are falling on fears that rate cuts will be delayed. Right to the numbers here. Very close to the worst level of the day on the Dow, down 494 points right now. A drop of 1.3%. Worst level, the Dow had been down 512. S&P right now down 49. Decline there of 0.9%. And NASDAQ down 190 points for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop right now of 1.2%. We got complete coverage coming up on Bloomberg Radio and Television. 10-year yield 4.36% with a 2-year now yielding 4.70%. Spot gold today is advancing by $11 the ounce, up 0.5%. $22.62 right now on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.4%. 84.84 a barrel was trading above 85. Verve Therapeutics shares are plunging after it cited safety concerns for pausing enrollment in a study of its gene editing treatment for people with high cholesterol, delivering a setback to the promising new field of medicine. Verve Pharmaceutical shares, they are plunging now by 36.2%. So again, recapping, a 500-point drop right now for the Dow, down 1.3%. S&P down 49, down by almost 1%, while NASDAQ is down 1.1%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here she is, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I am Kaylee Lines, broadcasting live on Bloomberg Television and Radio, live from Washington, where just about a mile or so down the road, President Biden in the White House today had a pretty important phone call. He spoke one-on-one for the first time with Chinese President Xi Jinping. The first time that's happened since back in November, when they had an in-person summit in San Francisco and promised that they would talk more. Perhaps that's exactly why we saw this conversation take place today. And according to the White House, which called their conversation candid and constructive, they talked about a lot of different things: AI risks, efforts on climate change, the U.S. raising concerns with China's support for Russia, issues with unfair trade policies, also discussed in this call. It's a lot of ground to cover, and I'm pleased to say we're going to do so now with Sarah Bianchi, former Deputy U.S. Trade Representative in this administration, now Senior Managing Director and Chief Strategist of International Political Affairs and Public Policy at Evercore ISI. So Sarah, great to have you back. Ambassador, thank you very much for being here on Balance of Power. We know that Biden and Xi had promised they would talk more. They talked more today. I just question what the real tangible outcome of such talks really are.
Well, I think it's important to keep the dialogue going. There are so many things at stake in this relationship for these countries on the issues you mentioned, from climate to trade. There's some really difficult issues right now with China trade, particularly the administration's actions on electric vehicles coming in from China. But there's also some places where there's hope for collaboration, such as climate. President Biden has known Xi for a very, very long time. So I am actually encouraged to see that they're touching base, even if, as you said, there's not real tangible progress.
Well, and of course, this doesn't just happen at this highest level between the two presidents. The cabinet officials have been making their way kind of in rotation to visit China in person as well. The Secretary of the Treasury, Janet Yellen, will be doing so later this week, talking about a lot of the economic and trade, as you talk about parts of this relationship. What is most imperative in terms of the economic relationship between these two largest economies in the world right now?
Well, I think a lot of what you're going to see Secretary Yellen talking about is the overcapacity and production in China that is causing risks to the global economy, and also some of the trade practices that we've seen. There's a lot of subsidization of particular industries in the Chinese economy. There's a lot of non-market practices and policies. These are the kinds of things that are going to be on the agenda when Secretary Yellen goes later this week.
Well, and just specifically on trade policy, of course, we saw tariffs implemented during the prior administration, during the Trump administration, and that has not been reversed in this Biden administration. When we think about tariffs and kind of the idea of protectionism overall, is this really only likely to go in one direction from here, which is further protectionism? Sarah?
Well, I think what you've tried to see the Biden administration try and do is to really focus on industries where they are particularly concerned. Semiconductors, AI, things with high technology risk. So you've seen a lot of new actions from the Biden administration on export controls. You have, as you mentioned, seen tariffs kept in place, and that is one policy tool. But I think the Biden administration's notion of small yard, high fences requires a whole range of tools, again, export controls, as well as investing in some of our own industries here in the United States.
Well, of course, we're faced, though, with the question of whether we'll still be talking about a Biden administration come January 2025, or if we will once again be talking about a Trump administration. And we have heard a lot from former President Trump, presidential candidate Trump, about what he would like to do in terms of China policy, talking about the prospect of potentially 60% plus tariffs on all Chinese goods, especially when the messaging from the U.S. right now is intentionally that we are not decoupling, diversifying, friendshoring, whatever you want to call it. Could the same be said about what might happen under a future Trump administration, or are tariffs of that level essentially just an outright decoupling?
Well, President Trump has always been enamored of tariffs as a major policy tool, and we very much expect that a second Trump administration would use this tool not only, as you mentioned, with China, where they're talking about particularly high numbers, but also U.S. allies, Europe, Mexico, other places. This is something we saw in the first Trump administration, and we're very have a lot of conviction that it is something we would continue to see. 60% is a very, very large number that would certainly have a vast economic inflationary proposals. You could do some of that without the Congress, so it is a real risk. My guess is that they would come down a bit from this number, given the global economic implications, or at least focus it on particular sectors. But we very much believe that a second Trump term would have a lot of tariffs in many sectors and have some very important inflationary impacts to the economy.
Well, many sectors and essentially what you're saying could be many countries as well, not just adversaries like China, but potentially allies too. And on this idea of the way the U.S. handles economically both allies and adversaries, we, of course, have gotten a lot of news within recent weeks about one ally in particular, Japan, and a Japanese company, Nippon Steel, which is trying to buy U.S. steel. The President Biden has come out against this deal. He's trying to support the United Steel Workers. Today, 3 U.S. senators, including the chair of the Senate Banking Committee, Sherrod Brown, have penned a letter to President Biden calling specifically for the administration to be investigating Nippon's ties and business in China. And I wonder, Sarah, how we should be thinking about this, whether this is kind of a unique case or instead just an example of something more broadly happening here in regard to economic nationalism and U.S. ownership of U.S. companies.
Well, I think it's an interesting, President Biden has had a very, very long-standing relationship with the steelworkers back from his Senate days. He's very labor is a very important stakeholder to him. He understands those communities, again, given the state he represented and the region of the country. I think what you are seeing in both these candidates is a belief that we really do need to invest in the United States and invest here at home. And they have different approaches to getting at this goal. With Biden, you've seen the Inflation Reduction Act, you've seen the CHIPS Act, infrastructure, really investing in the United States and trying to get, honestly, some foreign investment as well. South Korea is one of the biggest investors out of the Inflation Reduction Act. With Trump, you see a bit more of tariffs and kind of trying to put a wall, if you will, around the United States. So very, very different approaches, lots of debates about the effectiveness of each. But both these candidates do have one thread. They're very much interested in building here in the U.S.
All right, Ambassador, thank you very much for joining us here on Balance of Power. Sarah Bianchi, of course, former Deputy U.S. Trade Representative and now at Evercore ISI, very much straddling policy and how financial markets should view it, which is what we try to do here on Balance of Power, always with an eye on politics, but with what's happening in markets as well. Speaking of, it's not a down day for stocks at the moment. For the second day in a row, right now, the S&P 500 down about 0.9%. The NASDAQ 100, those big tech stocks bearing the brunt of the losses, down a little more than 1%. And for the second day as well, we are seeing Treasury yields moving higher. We're up right now just about 5 basis points on the 10-year after an 11 basis point move higher yesterday. We've gone from 420 to 436 in the span of 2 days, in large part having to do with the economic data that we have gotten in markets now, pricing in lower expectations of Fed rate cuts as soon as June. So there is a lot going on broadly from a macro perspective, but there also is micro to pay attention to as well. This is another area in which politics and financial markets intersect. That would be in the case of DJT. That, of course, is Trump Media and Technology Group, which owns Truth Social. This is President Trump's social platform. Yesterday, it fell more than 20% after disclosing a more than $58 million loss in 2023, trying to stage a recovery today. The stock right now bucking off the losses we are seeing in the broader market, up by about 8.5%. But we want to get more on the actual fundamentals of this business and turn to Bailey Lipschultz, who reports on SPACs, which, of course, this is how this company became public, was through a SPAC deal for Bloomberg. Bailey, what exactly have we learned about Truth Social or the broader company as a business, and how well, or perhaps not well at all, it is actually doing?
Yeah, Kaylee, we got the updated 2023 financial results yesterday morning, which, as you called out, represented a more than $50 million loss on the full 12 months, and also details that the company grew revenue to just over $4 million for the full year. So when you compare that to the current valuation, north of $7 billion, that's something that investors and analysts had been pointing out, but that has been kind of the case with Trump Media and everything tied to Digital World, which was the SPAC it went public through, is that it was the best performing SPAC. It is one of the best performing de-SPACs, companies that go public through these blank check mergers, and for all intents and purposes is trading like a meme stock along those GameStop or AMC flavors.
Well, on the subject of the way in which this is trading, especially with the consideration of those fundamentals in mind, what is the street saying about this? Is this trading as a just company and the underlying business that it has, or is this trading about something else, like a proxy for the likely outcome of the November election?
The more conversations I've had with people on Wall Street is it's less about Trump's ability or potential to win the election in 2024 and more as a kind of badge, if you will, of supporting Donald Trump and his mission. That really has been kind of the messaging that I've seen across Truth Social, is that you're buying Trump Media to show support, not necessarily because you think that the polls are showing a good or bad signal, but simply to kind of get behind him. And that's really been kind of the messaging that we've seen resonating.
Well, and of course, there's the consideration of how Truth Social as a platform compares to what I guess you could say would be its peer group, the likes of X, for example, which of course is owned by Elon Musk, so no longer publicly trading under the Twitter ticker that it was, or Threads with Meta. But I also noticed in your reporting, Bailey, that essentially Trump Media considers its metrics different than some of these other social media companies. Just what exactly do they measure to determine their success?
Yeah, Kaylee, they said in their filing, and they've really put this out there a number of times, that traditional metrics would divert their focus from their evaluation of things, how things are working, and they're pushing back on regulators asking for signups and users. They don't really provide much content and details in terms of how they view successful growth. We did see some filings showing that they had about 9 million downloads across platforms, but it's not really clear how active of an audience that is. And as you mentioned, when you compare that to the likes of an X or Threads or Reddit, there's a large discrepancy between the valuation or perceived valuation and what the actual user data shows.
Very good point to bring up Reddit, another newly public company. Bailey, of course, you've been covering SPACs for Bloomberg for a long time. There was a time in which we thought that deals like this were just not going to be happening anymore. After it was really hot for a while there a few years ago, it is decidedly less hot now. How much does the success of DJT in its public debut perhaps give a signal about the wider SPAC market overall?
Kaylee, I think it's very divided. This is a deal that was announced back in October 2021. The SPAC market, for the most part, was crumbling. A lot of those high valuation companies that were pitching kind of moonshot ideas were seeing their share prices fall out. This is kind of its own beast and really does not fit into the mold that we saw with a number of those SPAC mergers and those SPAC announcements and some of the trading that we saw back in 2020 and 2021. We have seen some serial SPAC sponsors file to raise new blank check vehicles, but from my understanding, we should not expect another boom to these blank checks. Instead of trading at $10, trading at $15, $20, or $30 each.
All right, Bailey Lipschultz joining us live from New York. Thank you so much. And of course, also in New York, Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic gearing up for Bloomberg Business Week. Carol, what do you have coming up on the program?
Just like you, geopolitics once again and what's going on in the Middle East. Kaylee, we're going to dig into that. And also, of course, Tim, we're talking a little bit about Tesla today.
Yeah, shares down about 5% right now. Tesla's the biggest delivery miss ever. We got to get a roundtable on that coming up in just a few, Kaylee.
All right, well, looking forward to Business Week with Carol and Tim. It's coming up in just a few minutes, and I'll see you in a few hours, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll be back with Balance of Power. Thank you so much for joining us on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And very good afternoon, everybody. Live on Bloomberg Television, Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenivek. And let's get to the setup on this Tuesday, April 2nd. And we've got stocks falling on fears that rate cuts, Tim, they're going to be delayed.
So the good news is bad news scenario right here, right? So solid U.S. economic data that we got earlier today, putting pressure on stocks and bonds today. We're going to have more on the trade in just a moment with Abigail Doolittle, Bloomberg News Markets reporter.
Yep, we're going to break it down. Hey, also on our radar on this Tuesday, Iran vowing revenge on Israel after a deadly airstrike on its embassy in Syria. Geopolitics, once again, front and center for us here. And it's also helping to push oil higher prices amid those continued Middle East tensions.
Okay, well, speaking of stocks under pressure, Tesla is certainly one of those. Shares down 5.1%. We warned you yesterday. We got the news today. Tesla's biggest delivery miss ever. We got a great roundtable coming up in just a few minutes, all about what you need to know about the company.
Yeah, speaking of the auto world, we're also going to get into why American car shoppers are turning more frugal. They're looking for bargains. And one more thing, 2 mansions in Florida? Not enough. That is, if you're one of the world's richest. We're going to break it down. That's all coming up in the next 60 minutes.
Hey, first up, though, a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. Right to the numbers here, because we got losses for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. S&P down 47 right now at 51.96 for the S&P. A decline right now of 0.9%. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 1.2%, lower by 475 points. The NASDAQ Composite Index down now by 186, a drop there of 1.1%. Better than estimated data on job openings and factory goods orders are adding to skepticism about the pace of Federal Reserve easing. Right now, the 10-year's yielding 4.35% with a 2-year at 4.69%. Spot gold up 0.7%, 22.66 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, 84.97 a barrel right now on WTI. Endeavor Group Holdings, that is the talent agency and controlling investor in WWE and the Ultimate Fighting Championship, has agreed to be acquired in a $13 billion buyout by the private equity group Silver Lake Management on a down day for the rest of the market. We've got Endeavor Group Holdings up right now by 2.9%. Again, recapping stocks lower, S&P down 48, a drop now of 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It does indeed feel like some pressure out there when it comes to the equity trade. Charlie, thank you so much. And it does feel a bit like a discerning and concerning market, waiting to see if all those hopes and dreams of an aggressive rate-cutting Fed will, well, maybe they were just never meant to be. This is as both stocks and bonds dropped around the world as solid economic readings and a rally in commodities spurred speculation that major central banks will keep rates higher for longer. We just talked about this or heard it from Charlie as well.
Hey, with an update on the U.S. trade, let's get to Bloomberg News. Chief Markets Correspondent Abigail Doolittle, she's here in our studio. So, Abigail, yesterday we had Torsten Slok on over from Apollo, and we checked in with him a month after. He basically came out with that note that said, okay, we're going to see rates higher for longer. We keep getting more evidence of a strong economy, of a hot economy. And now he's got more friends in his corner basically saying the same thing. We're kind of seeing that play out in the trade today as a reaction to the economic data that we got today.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, in terms of the jobs data, that more jobs are available, essentially, that it would suggest that the economy is relatively hot, and you have yields higher. You have that 2-year yield up about 1 basis point. You have the 10-year yield up about 5 basis points, which in and of itself is not a big deal. And excuse me, the 2-year yield is actually now down 1 basis point. The point is at basically 4.70, which is not so far away from the psychologically important 5%. So it's all going to come down to the Fed. My idea around this is, will 2024 be the year of the cut, or will it not? Now, in the last FOMC meeting, Jay Powell, Fed chair, was relatively dovish, suggesting that, yes, it's not only going to be the year of the cut, but they may actually start cutting as soon as June, I believe, was the indication, June or July, somewhere in there. But you have a lot of market experts that are saying the opposite. And I think that we really have to take that into consideration, not just because they're saying it, but I think that the Fed in particular doesn't want to see a repeat of the 70s where inflation stays super sticky. And so right when they start to cut, the economy takes off and would actually be helped clearly by potential cuts. I would say that they're in a tricky spot, a real jawboning spot where they need to say the right thing.
You know, Mary Daly of the Fed says 3 cuts, reasonable baseline for 2024. Loretta Mester of the Fed wants more inflation data before starting rate cuts, which is something we keep hearing, right? Basically from Jay Powell, the concern is let's make sure we've got it. We've got inflation under control. We don't want to start cutting too early and then see essentially inflation kind of rear its ugly head again.
Yeah, and that's the real battle that they have. Now, I love how the Fed has always done this. They have the different officials, and one can float this idea that's slightly hawkish.
I want to see that team meeting, right? Where they're, okay, now you do this and you do this.
And I personally believe that they use that as a way to see where the market consensus is. They float these ideas, and then where the market goes, that's sort of where they flow as well. As people say, during multiple policy changes over the last decade or more, a lot of times the markets do the work for the Fed more than the Fed will even have to do. But the fact that we, just a few months ago, we're talking about, some market investors were talking about 7 cuts. We're now at 3 cuts. We have that 2-year yield, again, back at 470. Not so far. It wouldn't take a lot from economic data standpoint for it to go back above 5%. At what point are rates hurting stocks? I would argue today there is some pain. We have some serious declines for the S&P 500 down 0.9%, the NASDAQ 100 down 1.2%. And it's interesting because so that's from the macro level. So the idea that maybe there's not going to be as much liquidity coming into the market, stocks doing a little bit of the repricing that bonds have been doing for weeks and weeks and weeks, I'd say up 60 or 70 basis points over the last month to 2 months. But beneath the surface, we've got tons of decliners for idiosyncratic reasons. Humana, CVS, both down more than 7% on the Medicare news that Medicare is holding firm on payments. We also have the cruise lines down. We have Apple down. We have Tesla down on the worst delivery number ever. So when you put the macro picture together where some investors are questioning liquidity and you are seeing some
fundamental news, right?
Yeah, that matches it. It's kind of concerning because it's the macro and the micro meeting in the same place of a 1% decline overall.
Great setup for us. So appreciate it. Abigail Doolittle, Chief Markets Correspondent at Bloomberg News, right here in our studio. All right, as we've talked about, a lot setting the tone of the markets, and another thing that is certainly at play here is the geopolitical tensions, Tim.
$85 for the first time, going all the way back to October. It's the latest milestone in a market rallying against a backdrop of OPEC plus cuts, strong demand, and heightened geopolitical risk. That geopolitical risk, specifically the war in the Middle East, has injected an additional premium to prices, underscored by an Israeli airstrike on Iran's embassy in Syria that killed a top military commander. Iran vowing revenge on Israel for the attack.
Yeah, these are among our most read stories on the Bloomberg. Let's get to the interview. With us is Ted Singer, former senior U.S. intelligence officer with the CIA, including Chief of Middle East Operations and 5-time Chief of Station. Ted is with us from Virginia. Ted, great to have you here on Bloomberg. We have used the word, I feel like, escalation or escalating many times since the initial attack back on October 7th, that attack by Hamas on Israel. In addition to kind of what we are seeing today, are we escalating? Have we escalated? How would you describe what is happening currently here in the Middle East and how far it's come?
Well, the news overnight comes just as we're about to hit the 6-month anniversary of Hamas's brutal attack on October 7th of last year. And the 2 big stories overnight were, first, of course, as you've spoken, the reported Israeli strike against an Iranian diplomatic facility smack downtown in Damascus, the capital of Syria. The target appeared to be a very senior Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps Quds Force commander by the name of Mohammad Reza Zahedeh. He's probably the most senior Iranian figure that has been killed on the battlefield since the U.S. killed Qasem Soleimani in 2020. So the decision on how and where and when to retaliate is in the hands of Iran right now, and that will in turn beget what the cycle of escalation may or may not be. The second story overnight, as you've heard, the Prime Minister of Israel and the Israeli Defense Forces have publicly acknowledged the tragic accidental airstrikes against international and Palestinian aid workers working for the World Central Kitchen. This is just going to augment and pump up the sort of rhetoric and, let's say, Muslim sentiments during the holy month of Ramadan about the humanitarian crisis that is unfolding before the world's eyes in Gaza. So those two things come just as the U.S. and Israel were seemingly putting behind them some of the public sort of friction about the unfolding humanitarian crisis, Israel's plans and intentions to launch a ground operation in Rafah, which is Gaza, where about 1 to 1.5 one's ears. Meanwhile, they're selling oil galore, if not weapons, drones, if not missiles, to Russia, oil to China. So in some ways, they were enjoying watching this fight from afar, allowing their proxies to take periodic strikes, whether in the Red Sea or elsewhere, against U.S. or Israeli forces. But now they're on the record of saying they are going to retaliate. Yes, ma'am.
Ted, no. Yeah, we're talking with Ted Singer. We're all just kind of listening and kind of sitting on the edge of our seat. Ted Singer, former senior U.S. intelligence officer with the CIA, as we said, including chief of Middle East operations and 5-time chief of station, still with us from Virginia, someone who knows a lot about this region. We've only got about 5.5 minutes left, so I want to kind of cut to the chase a little bit, Ted. I mean, there's a lot going on, and we don't laugh when we say we feel like we need a whiteboard on so many different parties and different hotspots and attacks that are going on around the world. We have had guests on who say there's more than 100 attacks of things. So we're already at World War III. I don't want to be inflammatory, if you will, but if you were giving the U.S. president a briefing today, what would you say? And just kind of briefly, if you would.
Israel is going to need some latitude to complete its military operation in Rafah. Benjamin Netanyahu is on the record. The Israeli population is demanding the return of those hostages and the decapitation of Hamas. There will be humanitarian impact by launching those operations, but for this conflict to come to a conclusion, he's going to have to go into Rafah to secure the release of those hostages and to decapitate the leadership of Hamas. Yahya Sinwar, the planner, his military aide, Mohammed Daif, are both still alive and walking on this earth. The Israelis will need to complete that operation before they can look to rebuilding and reconstructing Palestine.
Well, that's what I want to talk about, Ted. What happens after that? Let's say Israel is successful in that operation, in that, in your words, decapitation of Hamas. What then happens? How does a rebuilding happen?
Well, I think behind the scenes, you have seen the Gulf states, whether that's Saudi Arabia, that's the United Arab Emirates, that's Qatar, who have the money, the wherewithal, the sort of religious credentials. They are going to be essential to rebuilding and reconstituting something livable in Gaza the day after. Their price that they will demand of Benjamin Netanyahu will be some sort of process that passes a giggle test that heads towards a two-state solution. Very soon, Prime Minister Netanyahu is going to have to accede to that. Behind the scenes, we're watching the U.S. and its Arab allies engage the Palestinian Authority to make its own necessary changes, tweaks, personnel assignments, so that they can be a viable sort of partner in the reconstruction of something in Gaza when the Israeli operations are over. So Arab states, their money, their wherewithal, and the Palestinian Authority and the United States and the European Union are all putting significant pressure on Israel to move towards some sort of process that passes the giggle test, not just another roadmap on the roadmap of Middle East peace, but something tangible that will lead to a two-state solution.
Yeah, I've gotten a lot older talking about peace in the Middle East because we have been there before many times.
Yep.
I hate to use this phrase because it's overused as well, but is there something that's different this time around that makes you have hope that there would be that two-state solution, which seems to be, as many that we have talked to, seems to be the only way forward, the only really viable way forward?
I too have suffered my share of lost hope. So you're not talking to an optimist. The slim glimmer of hope here is that the recognition by Saudi Arabia of Israel would be a significant game changer in the Middle East.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia, its size, its population, its wealth, its oil production was not a signature to the Abraham Accords.
Right.
Bringing them in to the fold as the custodian of the two holy shrines of Islam would be a game changer. And that golden ticket is in Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's hands right now. And Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu knows that.
Hey.
So I don't think he can squander that golden ticket at this moment.
Yeah. Hey, we've only got 30 seconds, and I've got to ask you, because you brought up Iran, Russia, oil. Does Russia want to see a resolution to this, or have they just enjoyed this distraction? And forgive me, that's a terrible way of describing it. We've only got about 30 seconds left here.
Yeah, you described it completely perfectly. They've been enjoying watching the show, watching the U.S. and its ally Israel at odds, and watching us distracted by yet another crisis that's not focused on Russia, not focused on Taiwan. They're learning a lot of tactics and procedures as well, just by watching the show.
Well, listen, we so appreciate your time today. Look forward to reaching out to you again in the future. Ted Singer, former senior U.S. intelligence officer with the CIA on the latest in the Middle East. So a lot going on. All right, when we come back, Tim, we're going to get into Tesla. It's the most read and a stock that is definitely among today's big decliners.
Yeah, down about 5% right now. We're going to talk all about that disappointing delivery number and, of course, what else is happening in the worldwide EV sector. This is Bloomberg.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. Steep losses for the U.S. stock market. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining. Good economic news turns out to be bad news for Wall Street. S&P right now is down 44, drop now of 0.7%. We've got the Dow down 468, lower by 1.2%. NASDAQ, the composite index, down 176, a drop right now of 1.1%. 10-year 4.35% with a 2-year 4.69%. Spot gold up 0.9%, $22.71 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.6%, $85.08 a barrel. Tesla suffering its first ever year-over-year sales drop since the early days of the COVID pandemic. The stock down roughly 5%. And clothing maker PVH plunging 22.5% after giving a full-year sales guidance that fell short of expectations. Recapping stocks lower. S&P down 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. And Charlie, breaking down the trade, we've got most names in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100 lower in the Tuesday trade. All right, we want to focus all in on cars. Tesla, of course, shares, as we just heard, down around 5%. It is the biggest decliner, Tim, in the NASDAQ 100.
Yeah, this coming as Tesla suffered its first year-over-year sales drop since the early days of the COVID pandemic. First quarter deliveries disappointed in Tesla's biggest miss ever. Meantime, Americans who are out shopping for cars, well, they're looking for bargains right now. To our auto roundtable we go. Back with us, we got a Bloomberg TV co-host of Bloomberg Technology, Ed Ludlow. He's here in our studio, along with Bloomberg News auto reporter Gabby Coppola joining us from Michigan. Ed, I want to start with you and just talk about Tesla. We talked about it yesterday. We knew the numbers weren't going to be pretty. But they were even uglier, I think, than pretty much every analyst thought they'd be.
Yeah, it depends ugly in whose eyes, but in the analysts, certainly, I think there's probably a few sell-siders around the country scrambling to rethink their models and what they thought Tesla would grow as. But the way that I look at it is it's the biggest deliveries miss against Bloomberg consensus, at least, which is the average we take of analyst estimates on record. And then you start to ask, well, why did we get this so wrong? What was it that happened in the quarter that led to this strange low deliveries number? And Tesla put in its statement a lot of supply side factors, diverting shipments of parts and finished goods because of the situation in the Red Sea, a pause of production in Berlin because of what they called an arson attack, and then a new Model 3 in Fremont, my hometown in the Bay Area, impacting production.
This is that ramp up that they referred to?
Right, but how does that...
Are you skeptical?
I'm talking, the voice of the market is speaking through me. How does that answer why the deliveries were so low? Maybe production, which also missed estimates. But what happened here? And I think the answer is demand.
Well, and that gets to the bigger micro story, right? In terms of EVs still growing, but not the uptick we all expected, correct, Ed?
Exactly. So the correct way to state it is there is still growth in EV sales. It's decelerating. So we have a lower pace of growth this year than last. I think that what you read more consistently today, right now, the reaction to Tesla is the impact of higher rates in the consumer started to be felt in the first quarter. Then I look at Gabby Coppola's fantastic reporting. What was popular in the first quarter? Cheap combustion engine cars.
Well, all right, Gabby, there's our perfect setup for you. So come on in. Your story is great, and it gets into what, Americans are up to. They're looking for a deal. They're looking for a bargain if they're out there shopping for a car.
Yeah, it was really striking to me because for so long on this beat, I remember talking about how Americans just seem to have bottomless appetite for, pickup trucks that were going more upscale with luxury interiors, and the whole market was shifting from sedans to SUVs because everybody wanted an SUV. And now I think, the interest rates are really starting to bite, but people still need transportation. So that's what you're seeing. I mean, I was struck by Toyota, had really, strong sales results. I think their sales were up 20% quarter on quarter. But what was interesting to me is that their sedan sales actually grew just about the same as their SUV sales. So, I mean, it shows you that sedans are often, unless they're like a luxury car, they're less expensive than an SUV. They're smaller, more compact models, things like that. And that's what people, I think the bottom line, like the payment, the monthly payment on your car is what's really curbing people's interest. They still need to buy something, but they just can't afford a lot of what's out there.
Yeah, so that brings us back to what
Wait,
Ed
the
was,
recent car buyer?
Yeah, the recent car buyer, Ed Ludlow.
I don't know if
we
Gabby's
heard
in
about
on the gossip or not.
yesterday.
Oh, what'd you get, Ed?
I got a Model Y. Sorry.
Before the end of the quarter. Before the end of the quarter.
So Gabby, I picked up a Model Y last Thursday, and I did it because my wife and I needed a new car. And as you know, I've been driving a Tiguan around, Volkswagen SUV, for the last 3 years, and the lease price $300 a month.
For the Tesla.
For the Tesla Model Y, and that reflects
After
the federal
money
tax
down.
credit, but also the incentives that Tesla took off its own back, the discounting. But Gabby, it's still the same point that Gabby's making, right? It's economics, and the consistent thing that the sell side, the autos analysts, whoever it is saying after Tesla's numbers came out is we're starting to realize that the market for Y and 3, or simply put, smaller cars that are 40 to 50,000 US dollars, it's just not there anymore. So when's the next Tesla thing coming? Cybertruck's a niche product, funky but niche, and the $25,000 EV that I think a lot of people really want is a long way away. Right. That's the story here.
So Gabby, come on back. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say that I agree that price and cost is really the story. But I do wonder if, when it comes to the demand for EVs, if we still have things like range anxiety or, just the lack of charging infrastructure, if that also is holding things back. I mean, I hear that a lot from automakers. Of course, everybody wants to give excuses for why their cars aren't selling well, but I just think that when you look at the EV side of things, I don't know if price will cure everything. I know Tesla has a much better charging network than any of its competitors here in the US, but that network is also being opened to a lot of other brands now. So you hear stories of Tesla owners kind of grumbling that they have to share now. I'm just going to say, I don't know if that's, there may be more to it than just the price.
It's interesting because I feel like we've talked with Keith Naughton, right, about how the hybrids, right?
Yeah.
The hybrid sales have gone up. So people are interested in doing kind of the right thing for the environment, but they don't want to be caught
But that's also
where they're
an
somewhere.
economic decision as well, because if you're having a car with better gas mileage, then you don't have to visit the pump as much. And mileage has improved a lot in recent years, Gabby.
Yeah, it has. And, maybe I'm cynical or I've been covering this beat too long, but I feel like doing what's right for the planet, for some people, maybe that is like a leading factor of why they choose a car. But most people, want a car that meets their needs. And like what you were just saying, like it's economics too. Gas is still, it's not that cheap still. And if you can get better gas mileage driving in electric mode, and I think, like Toyota will make this point that like a lot of their hybrids are competitive with the price of a combustion engine car. So once you get to parity and you're offering people savings on gas, then that's really appealing, and then you have a gas tank to deal with your range anxiety. But to Ed's point, I think you can get some great deals on leased EVs right now if you do want to go that route.
The root of what Gabby and I are reporting on is reflected in the sales data and it's reflected in the analyst notes, is the economic reality for a lot of households. Yes, my lease is $300 a month. It's significantly less than the last lease I had on a big combustion SUV. To charge in the middle of the day at 35 cents kilowatt hour, this was about midday Pacific time on Friday of last week, to get from 25% state of charge to 80 was about $10. To fill up my gas car is about $80 at the moment. But there is also some fetters. I've only got 10,000 miles a year on the lease. Well, what if you commute 60 miles every day? You're not going to have enough miles in the year to net out and do it. And then, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, I think, but if you then get yourself an EV and you want to install a charger at home, you have a very significant income cap on the state and federal incentives available to help you rebate or pay for that charger. It's not straightforward. I sympathize for any consumer who's like, how do I even get started?
Yeah, it's difficult. Go ahead, Gabby.
Well, there's just one other point I was going to bring up that Ed reminded me. People are also experiencing negative equity, meaning that, the auto market is so weird right now, right? Like the pandemic created all these distortions. There were supply chain snarls. There were severe shortages of cars. So dealers were charging over MSRP. People were paying through the nose for a new car. Now, 2 years later, production is normalizing. So used car prices are coming down. And a lot of people are being stuck with their car underwater. I talked to a guy who actually bought a Tesla Model S that now has $40,000 worth of negative equity. in that vehicle, and the only way he can trade it in is if he pays Tesla $40,000. He's like, I want a new car. I love Tesla. I love my car, but I have to, cough up $40,000 if I want to trade this in. So I don't think that's a huge drag yet, but it's certainly something that I'm watching. I think because, the dealers who chose to do that, they thought, I'm going to do what the market will bear. I can charge over MSRP. Well, now when you want to get that person into a new car 3 years later, good luck, because now you've got to be able to roll over all the debt they have that they took on to pay that price you charged.
Yeah,
so that's
painful.
like another factor to kind of, think about as we look at the health of the new car market this year.
Okay, so let's end where we began, and that's with Tesla, but thinking, Ed, about how the company moves forward from here. With the outlook that we understand for the EV market, not just here in the U.S., but globally, of the challenges that Gabby just talked about.
Yeah.
What's the company's strategy here?
I take Elon Musk at face value, and that is that Tesla's between two waves. So it's an acknowledgement that the growth they saw built on Model Y and 3 mass market vehicles has kind of been and gone. The next wave is the $25,000 price point car, which many more Americans, but also Chinese and Europeans can afford. But then also acknowledge the big cohort of investors that don't give a damn about the deliveries. They're only focused on the software story. And you have to give credit where credit's due, and their financials will show that software has a role to play for them.
A sector that just continues to be fascinating. Guys, thank you so much. Really terrific stuff. Bloomberg TV's co-host of Bloomberg Technology, Ed Ludlow, here in studio, along with Bloomberg News auto reporter Gabby Coppola.
Shares down of Tesla right now by about 5.4%. Taking a broader look at the markets, we see the S&P 500 down 0.9%, the Dow down 1.1%, and the NASDAQ 100 down a little more than 1.1%.
Yeah, I should point out, right, too, that the S&P and the NASDAQ 100 both off their worst levels of the session. So we've definitely bounced off our lows, but we do have most names in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100, Tim, lower in the Tuesday trade.
Hey, let's get a check on the latest world and national news. We got Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Tim. President Biden and Chinese leader Xi Jinping spoke by telephone today, their first one-on-one communication since meeting in California last November. Biden pushed Xi on how to use its leverage with Russia and Iran to enhance stability both around the war in Ukraine and in the Middle East. Israel Defense Forces offered sympathy to families of the 7 aid workers killed in an Israeli airstrike last night, an American among the dead. IDF spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari delivered condolences in a video statement this morning, promising an investigation.
As a professional military committed to international law, we are committed to examining our operations thoroughly and transparently.
The founder of World Central Kitchen, Chef Jose Andres, said in a statement that a convoy of 3 vehicles carrying food and staff members had just left a warehouse in a deconflicted zone when it was attacked. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg is proposing to establish a fund of allied contributions worth $100 billion over 5 years for Ukraine. Voters in 4 states are casting ballots in their parties today, a largely symbolic vote now that both President Biden and Donald Trump have locked up their respective nominations. Both are expected to easily win their primaries today in New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Wisconsin. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are trading lower across the board. We have got the S&P now down 46 points, a decline right now of 0.9%. Dow Industrials down 1.1%, lower by 441 points. The Nasdaq Composite Index is down 192, a drop now of 1.2%. Stocks and bonds lower around the globe. Solid economic readings and a rally in commodities, spurring speculation that major central banks will keep rates higher for longer. 10-year yield now at 4.35% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.69%. Spot gold is advancing $18 the ounce to $22.69, up 0.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up 1.7%, $85.12 a barrel on WTI. Autodesk shares are down 4%, the most in almost a month after disclosing an internal investigation into its own accounting practices and putting off the release of its annual financial report. The San Francisco-based software maker received information that has prompted, quote, an internal investigation with the assistance of outside counsel and advisors. Again, Autodesk now lower by 4%. Recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie breaking down the trade. As we said, some selling, but we're definitely off our worst levels of the session. We look at a lot of different indicators, right, Tim, in terms of the health of a market. We talk about the IPO market. We talk about M&A deal activity, and we've had a couple of things happening today when it comes to the deal environment.
Yeah, the one happening most recently, just before we went live, was Endeavor Group Holdings. The talent agency, it's also the controlling investor in WWE and UFC Ultimate Fighting Championship, agreed to be acquired by the private equity group Silver Lake Management in a roughly $13 billion buyout. And then there was another one happening just this morning, Carol.
Yeah, exactly. And this was in the energy sector. And I was looking at, on the Bloomberg, the MA function, just looking at kind of deal activity, which we know really around the globe is down year over year, except for North America, which is up about 17% from 12 months ago. So we're seeing a little bit of an uptick. And where a lot of deals are happening, it turns out, in the energy sector. And we've certainly reported on them. Today we had SLB agreed to acquire rival oilfield service provider Champion X for $7.8 billion.
SLB, the company formerly known as
Schlumberger. Or we used to call Schlumberger in the newsroom. But no, we mean Schlumberger. But you're right, SLB now. All-stock deal, a move that will bulk up SLB's portfolio as aging shale fields prompt U.S. drillers, to look for better technology to maintain oil and gas production. So it's interesting, though. We've seen, despite, we just talked about EVs, right? And kind of a pushback for the last couple of years against fossil fuels, we still see the major energy players doing deals in the sector.
It's incredible to see.
Up their
just over the last 6 months, the deals that we've seen when it comes to the energy space, absolutely huge deals that have totally reshaped it. But it's not just energy deals that are happening. And like you said, Carol, we look at this as a metric of the health of the overall economy, in addition to IPOs and in addition to what we hear from these individual companies, too.
Yeah, it's interesting whether or not companies, and a lot of times they're strategic. Going back to the Endeavor deal, I mean, what's interesting is Silver Lake already had about a 71% voting stake in Endeavor. So they already had a very significant stake. And so basically what they did is they offered their minority investors in Endeavor $27.50 a share for their holdings. They put out that statement. So there was already this relationship that was out there. But nonetheless, we're seeing M&A activity pick up. And we've got a great guest to kind of talk about what she is seeing in her particular area of the marketplace.
Yeah, let's bring in Karen Davies, Executive Managing Director for Huntington Commercial Bank. She's here in our studio. We just talked about a couple of the deals that happened in the last few hours that happened today, Karen. But let's take a step back. How would you describe the M&A environment generally right now?
Were you just running from a deal?
A little bit through the raindrops. So thanks for having me back in the studio. It's been an interesting, busy first quarter. We're waking up. We're waking up. I feel like, the M&A market's been kind of asleep for the past 2 years. The capital markets, credit markets have been a little challenged with what we went through on the banking side. But what we see at Huntington, obviously we're headquartered in the Midwest, but a lot of expansion We're in the Carolinas now. We're in Texas. We have a nice footprint with really nice economic indicators. We're seeing the pitches come up. So we do have investment banking capabilities with our Capstone partners. They said that their pitches are up by 20% for M&A at this point.
Pitches or actual deals?
Well, you got to
forward?
pitch first to get to execution, but pitches are up, and closing of a few of those transactions, both buy and sell side. We're seeing the mega deals come to the market, which you were just speaking to, and that's usually a good indicator of confidence, right? The big ones come first, and then the others will follow. So we think the economic indicators are good. We hear from our CEOs of the companies that we bank, the relationships that we have. There's more optimism, employment optimism, assuming those 3 rate cuts come.
What kind of deals?
Assuming. Well, that's like we could do a whole show on that.
Well, we should go there, right? Because you and I feel like we've been having conversations. Okay, we're making this assumption. You know, at the end of last year, markets were assuming 5 or 6, even though the Fed had said it was going to be 3, and now it feels like we keep pulling back. If we don't get those rate cuts, if we only get 1 rate cut this year, how does that change the M&A environment, especially in the middle market space that you guys play a lot with?
I think it will be impactful. I think it'll just slow.
Will it stop them?
I think it would just slow unless it's a very sizable, strategic, synergistic type of deal.
But doesn't it depend on the type of deal here?
It does.
If you're using leverage, then of course rates matter.
That's right.
So how much more deals happen based on a 25 basis point rate reduction?
Yeah, that's a hard one to call. I think it'll be an interesting mix of who comes to the table to finance them, right? I mean, you can do it with multiple different vehicles. You can be creative. You can sort of over-equitize on the front end, knowing that the rate cuts are coming or feeling that the rate cuts are coming, because we're actually seeing the divvy recaps come to market now, too.
Well, how creative do CEOs want to be in doing a deal, or how much are they looking for kind of a nice, clean deal, very simple?
Well, I guess, again, by industry, obviously, but I think, if you've got really nice financial trends, right, nothing really extraordinary or out of the ordinary in there, you have some nice margins, you have something to offer in terms of technological advancement, IT, AI, something that could be a real strategic, if you're selling, something strategically attractive to a buyer that would really add value while we see where the multiples will go. I think those would be nice transactions. And then some of the deals, retail has seen some suffering. There might be some mergers between those, maybe some vertical integration as well.
Yeah.
What about the other side of deals here? Not the M&A and deals, but what happens later? And a different part of the cycle, the divestitures, the spinoffs.
The spinoffs.
Yeah, what are you seeing there?
Not much yet. I think you're going to see more coming because it's been obviously an extraordinary stock market, right? Your publics, your S&P have a lot of cash, and they've been doing quite well, so let's deploy it, right? So it may not be a debt or a leverage play. It's just a pure cash stock type of transaction. And or to boost those coffers more, some divestitures of non-core assets, right? And I do think private credit and private equity are right there on the sidelines.
How much is private equity a part of deals that you guys are either looking at, discussing, thinking about?
I would say it's a good piece of what we're looking at because we have
40%, 50% of every deal?
I would say it's about 35% of the transactions that we're seeing on the front end have some sort of connection to private equity because we cover private equity sponsors through our sponsor coverage group. We lend in the sponsor coverage group, and then we have a fund finance team who actually lends to the funds, and then the investment banker. So it's sort of that ecosystem of sponsor.
One thing I wanted to ask you in the notes you shared with our producer, Paul, was that as we just entered the 3rd year of the M&A market pullback, deal makers are anxiously awaiting a recovery, which is expected to be a strong return to near record levels. Do you really think near record this year?
I think 2025.
2025.
If only we get through.
If we get all the rate cuts.
And if we don't.
Maybe I'll have to come back.
We go back to sleep.
Right, we go back to sleep, or we sort of lull our way through.
Right, and rate cuts as long as we don't fall into any kind of downturn?
That's correct.
That's got to be the caveat.
That's got to be the caveat. And then there's all the exogenous, right, geopolitical and things of that nature, and we've got an election coming.
Yeah. Does that play into things? How is the election? And just got about 20 seconds here.
I think depends on how you invest. Do you invest on monetary policy?
Yeah.
Or do you invest on politics? And I think if it's monetary policy, I think it we'll see later. I don't think it's affecting right now.
Most of the CEOs on monetary policy or on politics?
monetary, I think.
Okay. Hey, listen, so glad we could catch up with you. Karen,
Thank you for having me.
Look forward to next time. Karen Davies, Executive Managing Director over at Huntington Commercial Bank, joining us right here in studio.
Hey, straight ahead, wanted not one, not two, but 3 mansions in Florida, and the billionaire who now has them. One more thing is next. This is Bloomberg.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pelletin. Dever Group Holdings, the talent agency and controlling investor in WWE and the Ultimate Fighting Championship, has agreed to be acquired in a $13 billion buyout by the private equity group Silver Lake Management. Shares of Endeavor up now by about 2.5%. Verve Therapeutics plunged after it cited safety concerns for pausing enrollment in a study of its gene editing treatment for people with high cholesterol, delivering a setback to the promising new field of medicine. Verve down now by 36.3%. Tesla suffered its first year-over-year sales drop since the early days of the COVID pandemic. Tesla said it handed over 386,810 vehicles in the first 3 months of this year. That fell well short of analysts' average estimate for 449,080 deliveries. Wall Street had rapidly lowered projections for the Austin-based company's deliveries as the first quarter came to a close. Tesla shares, they're down now by 5.6%. And Rivian Automotive built and delivered more electric vehicles last quarter than Wall Street expected, giving the automaker a needed boost as it grapples with production hurdles and heavy costs, but Rivian shares, they are lower as well today, down now by 4.9%. Jeff Bezos is expanding his real estate empire with a third mansion on South Florida's exclusive Indian Creek Island. Sources tell Bloomberg the Amazon.com founder agreed to pay about $90 million in an off-market transaction for a 6-bedroom home in the Miami area enclave. And those are some of our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get a check of the latest world and national news. And for that, we go back to Washington, D.C., where we find Amy Morris in the 99.1 Newsroom. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. President Biden, Chinese leader Xi Jinping spoke by telephone today. It is their first one-on-one communication since meeting in California last November. Biden pushed Xi on how to use its leverage with Russia and Iran to enhance regional stability. Xi says China wants to maintain stable U.S. ties but will not tolerate Taiwan independence. Meanwhile, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen will be traveling to China this week, the second time in 9 months. Israel's military is not apologizing, but is expressing sorrow after a group of 7 international aid workers, including one American citizen, were killed by an Israeli airstrike in Gaza last night. Israel Defense Forces spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari acknowledged the deaths of the World Central Kitchen members in a video statement today.
I just spoke to WCK founder, Chef Jose Anders, and expressed the deepest condolences of Israel Defense Forces to the families and the entire World Central Kitchen family.
Israel says an investigation is underway. Larry Lucchino has died. He was president of the Boston Red Sox. He's also been president of the San Diego Padres and the Baltimore Orioles. During his 14 years in Boston, the club reached the playoffs 7 times and won the series 3 times. Larry Lucchino was 78 years old. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg. Carol and Tim.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. Let's get to our one more thing. Charlie Pellet talked about it a little bit. It's a story that is among our most read on the Bloomberg, and this is for Jeff Bezos, not 1, not 2, but 3 mansions or homes or properties in Florida. That's what he's got now.
Yeah, and this exclusive,
according to those familiar,
this exclusive enclave called Indian Creek Island. As we heard, the founder agreed to pay about $90 million for an off-market transaction. It's a 6-bedroom home in the area. This, according to people with knowledge of the matter. Bezos plans to live there while he tears down the other houses that he bought on the island.
Tear downs.
Yeah, so
the other 2.
He's got to. You got to. If you're going to tear down and rebuild, you got to live somewhere, Carol.
Yeah, I get
and
it.
You might as well live in a 6-bedroom, $90 million home.
Property records show that the house that he's going to live in while the tear downs are happening, last sold in 1998 for $2.5 million. You know, of course, Bezos.
Can we talk about capital gains taxes for a second? You sold the house for 2.5. You bought the house for $2.5 million. You sold it for $90 million.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's a luxury to have those capital gains.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Sorry, I interrupted you.
That's okay, right. That's a lot of, that's some big math there. Bezos, of course, the world's 2nd richest person, announced in November that he was moving to Miami from the Seattle region. He shelled out then $147 million for 2 other mansions in Indian Creek. We did a great story, our team here at Bloomberg News. That island, it's a man-made barrier island. It's renowned for its wealth. It's dubbed Billionaire's Bunker.
Yeah, some of the other residents include Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, Tom Brady, Carl Icahn, among others. We also know that since February, Carol, Bezos has sold about $8.5 billion.
Got to pay for it somehow.
Of shares.
Yeah.
That was after not selling shares in the company since 2021.
All those bathroom redos and the tear downs, costs a lot.
I think this will be sufficient
Marble.
to pay those expenses.
All the bathrooms you're going to build, the bedrooms. It's a lot of stuff.
It's going to take a long time.
Anyway, it's a fun story. It's among our most read on the Bloomberg. All right, folks. More seriously, though, we are keeping a watch on the markets for you at this hour. As we've said, though, we've bounced off our lows of this session, but what does it all mean? S&P 500 still down about 0.9%, so just shy of 1%, down 47 points. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, a decline of 433 points, so that's a 1% move to the downside. And the NASDAQ 100 down about 1.2%. It is looking at a haircut of about 218 points. But as we said, off for lows of the session.
Yeah, for those of you watching on TV, up next is the close. For those staying with us, we got a Bloomberg Business Week continuing, including the AI company that investors are snapping up. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are just 1 hour away from the closing bell. We've got stocks and bonds dropping around the world as solid economic readings and a rally in commodities spurred speculation that major central banks will keep rates higher for longer. We're going to kick things off with an update on the Great Rates Rethink, if that's exactly what's going on. The tour continuing, but we're going to get into that in just a moment.
This is Bloomberg Business Week, of course. We're live in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studios. That's Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenevec. We're streaming on YouTube. We are also on Bloomberg Originals. We talked about what's going on with stocks and bonds. Got to touch a little on AI because there's a company out there that investors are snapping up. It's not just about chips, Carol. AI also needs data centers equipped by manufacturers, and investors have taken notice of one stock that's on it. We're going to have the great reveal a little later.
We will indeed. Also got the author of Co-Intelligence, Living and Working with AI. And as U.S. economic data largely continues to surprise to the upside, how are Americans actually doing when it comes to college, savings, and retirement planning? We've got the CEO of the huge savings administrator, Ascensus, stopping by.
Bloomberg Business Week is brought to you by MassMutual, a leader in wealth management, offering financial advisors the best of both worlds with resources to help you run your business and the freedom to run it your way. Learn more at massmutual.com/wealth.
All right, let's get a check on your top business stories. Off to Charlie Pellet we go, and a check on that trade. Hey, Charlie.
Oh, well, hello there, Carol Masser. I thank you. We have got 58 minutes to go until the closing bell on Wall Street. Losses across the board. Got to keep it locked into Bloomberg to see how things shake out at the close, and of course how Asian markets react tonight. Right now, looking at a 432-point drop in the Dow Jones Industrial Average. The Dow now lower by 1.1%. S&P 500 index down 46, a decline there of 0.9%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is down 191, down now by 1.2%. 10-year 4.36%, with a 2-year that's yielding 4.69%. Spot gold up 0.9%, 22.72 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.8%, 85.22 for a barrel of WTI. Stocks and bonds dropping around the globe as solid economic readings and a rally in commodities spur speculation that major central banks will keep rates higher for longer. Aaron Brown is portfolio manager for multi-asset strategies at PIMCO.
So we've been in an environment where I think the market's been overly optimistic about the pace of cuts that we'd see, certainly in 2024. And I think now we're getting back into really the sweet spot of what I think is realistic in terms of market expectations.
Schlumberger SLB has agreed to acquire rival oil field service provider Champion X Corp for $7.8 billion in an all-stock deal. SLB down now by 1.9%. Champion higher by 3.2%. Again, recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 46, drop there of 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. We're going to stay with the markets. As we talked about, we are seeing pressure certainly on both the equity and bond markets really around the globe here. There's kind of a little bit of a rethink, maybe a lot of a rethink when it comes to what's going to go on with central banks.
Have you heard this before?
I don't know.
Good news is bad news?
Yes,
okay.
many times.
Yeah, it's kind of what's happening today. Equities under pressure, better than estimated data on U.S. job openings and factory good orders. But we're talking the bond market here. Michael McKenzie has been keeping his eye on all the data and, of course, on the bond market reaction. He's Bloomberg News rates reporter. He's here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Michael, what's the story today? Is it more about the 10-year or more about the 2-year?
It's more about the 10-year and the 30-year, to be honest. It's really about growth expectations are picking up again. So we've got the Atlanta GDP now looking at 2.8% growth.
Right.
So you've got a lot of bond investors who began this year thinking...
Right, it's kind of moved up.
It's moving up. And you've got a lot of bond investors who came into this year thinking, okay, there's going to be at least 3 rate cuts or maybe more. And now I was just talking to an investor who said, maybe the market now realizes that 3, rather than being the floor, is now going to be the ceiling. And you might actually end up with only 2 rate cuts this year. So the market's having to adjust to this.
Right.
And what's interesting is that it's not really about inflation, it's really about growth. And that's why the curve has been doing what they call a bear steepening. It's actually, all yields are rising, but those 10 and 30-year yields are rising more. We saw more than a 12 basis point jump yesterday, and we continue to rise.
On the 10-year, we're at rates not seen. We're at a level not seen since November.
Yes.
Which is pretty remarkable.
It is, and it's also going to be interesting because when we wrote a story about a month ago, we talked to a bunch of investors who said, well, the 10-year gets to 440, 450, we're going to buy them. And I just got off the phone now with one of those investors who said, well, actually, I'm staying patient because I'm
Think it's going to go higher?
He thinks it could go higher, and he thinks the economy is looking stronger here, and therefore the reaction function from the Fed is going to be they have to stay on hold and potentially less rate cuts.
Because the concern is, right, that growth maybe will lead to more inflation?
Over time, yes.
Okay.
You
and
don't
that's
know
why
yet.
That's why we're seeing further out along the curve, right, in
Yes.
terms of rates moving up.
But I think the further on the curve, the story now, and this is what we've been writing about for the last 2 years, we've had what they call negative term premium. And that refers to this idea that when you price a bond, particularly a 10-year, 30-year, you actually need some extra compensation for the risk of owning that security for more than a decade. That kind of valuation has been negative for a long, long time. It briefly turned positive last October, and now people are beginning to talk about this again because if the economy is stronger, if productivity does start to pick up, and inflation, even if inflation keeps coming down, albeit in a very choppy, sticky way, you need to have more of a premium to own that debt because guess what? The US government is running huge deficits, and that's not going to go away anytime soon. So we are beginning to see this anxiety that we saw last summer into August, September, October coming back.
Are we starting to see Fed members of the Federal Reserve talk about this in a way that reflects what you're hearing on the street? Because we didn't hear that, I would argue, from Jay Powell on
You
Friday.
haven't yet, so this is really interesting because tomorrow Powell is going to be speaking, and what people in the bond market are primed for here, does he begin to acknowledge growth is actually better than we were expecting? And does he begin to echo what Waller said? Waller said there is no rush.
Chris Waller of the Fed,
Chris Waller last week.
Yeah.
Also, Bostic recently said we only need to do one cut. So again, the bond market will take its cue from Powell. Powell kind of pushed back on the PCE and the data last week when he spoke on Friday when markets were closed. But tomorrow it's prime time.
Well, he's also going to be kind of safe. Forgive me, Tim, but it's like because he said we've been like peak rates. We're going to start cutting rates. He just hasn't said how many, right?
No, and he won't.
He's been very careful with it.
But I guess the timing here is, if we look at the swaps market, it still is looking at a June cut as sort of potentially a coin toss.
For now.
But what's interesting here is that if you talk to people in the market, they're looking at the Bank of England and the ECB probably will have to go in June because their economies are slowing down a lot more than the US. This US exceptionalism is what continues to be reverberating around the bond market. This idea that labor is going to, and supply, the supply of labor is strong because of immigration, demand is picking up because of immigration, a lot more talk now about immigration playing a bigger role in the US economy than that's what's happening in other economies.
The only other name I was going to add to the list was one from this afternoon, and it's about Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland President Loretta Mester saying that she wants more evidence that inflation is headed lower before cutting rates.
Yeah, I mean, look, the inflation is sticky. The service sector inflation is not really coming down the way the market anticipated at the start of this year. But I'd argue, actually, the bond market's waking up to this economy being a lot more resilient. And this gets back to this idea that homeowners have locked in, I did a chart today, 68% of US mortgages are financed at 4% or low.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere.
That's
That's right. That's
and
right.
as long as you have that, and as long as wages are rising at more than 4%, as Jeff Gundlach said back in late 2021, that's the trade. Yeah. You got to borrow long-term fixed because you're getting paid more. That's still the story.
And we bring this up. Recession doesn't have to happen now, does it?
No, and I think again, if
I know things are cyclical, but like I'm just saying, people were at one point talking about it, and it really feels like we're not anymore.
No, we're now talking about. I think, in a way, a recession was one of those sort of tail risk scenarios.
Yeah.
The other one, of course, is the re-acceleration of the economy, which he then sees the Fed having to say, maybe you've got to hike again. So I was in London last week talking to investors, and one investor actually said that you can't basically say that's not going to happen. That's a risk that the economy does show enough strength and inflation doesn't come down enough, because the Fed can't really accept a 3% inflation world. If we're stuck around 3% inflation, this gets back to the 10 and 30 year. That's why they're kind of selling off too. They will have to price in and demand a higher premium from the US government, because the US government is going to be dumping a lot more supply this year.
Right.
There's also talk that we're going to get another fiscal stimulus towards heading into the election. given what's happening in Washington with the House situation. So this is all gnawing at the bond market. And again, when you see the 10-year move the way it's been moving, that's telling you something, that people are not happy with owning 10-year treasuries, particularly the ones who bought 10-year treasuries when it was much lower yielding back in January and February and thought,
well, I feel
425 was a good buy.
I remember how much we talked about 425. We thought, that was going to be kind of the ceiling, and here we are at 436 at
and
this
it hit
point.
440 earlier today.
Exactly. Michael, thank you so much. Michael McKenzie, he's our Bloomberg News rates reporter, joining us here in studio. This is Bloomberg. All right, everybody. It was the top performing name in the S&P 500 last year. It is the second biggest gainer in the S&P 500 this year. Bring up anything around artificial intelligence, and you'll probably bring up NVIDIA. And yet, in a Bloomberg opinion column by Bloomberg's Thomas Black, the AI boom, needs another name almost as much as it needs NVIDIA.
Thomas is a Bloomberg Opinion manufacturing, logistics, and aerospace columnist. He joins us from Dallas right now. So, Thomas, the AI boom, not just about NVIDIA chips, though, to be fair, are very important. What else have investors realized are essential and is essential to AI?
Data centers. That's that's what's going to house all this data and all these powerful chips, and they are starting to spring up everywhere. And from what people are telling me, it's only getting started.
Well, so tell us about this, and I find your timing really interesting. Bloomberg Intelligence is putting on an event about AI, and one of the things I'm going to actually moderate a panel is about how companies are thinking about going back to not everything in the cloud, but having their own data centers on their premises, because they want to have access to it for a lot of different reasons, privacy, speed, and so on and so forth. But so tell us exactly about this company, Vertiv, and what they are, what they do, and why the AI world needs them.
Vertiv makes all kinds of gadgets for data centers. They make weird things that a lot of people haven't heard of before, switch gears and bus bars. These are all things that help carry power throughout the data center and to keep it evenly flowing and uninterrupted. That's very important as well, too. So there's a lot of things that need to be installed around data centers, like generators. In case the power goes down, they can't let the data center crash. So all these type of manufactured goods that go into the data center are being done by some companies, and Vertiv is one of the pure plays, right? There's lots of companies that make bits and pieces for data centers, but it's usually within, a larger structure. Like Eaton, they make all kinds of things for data centers, but they also they supply things for electric vehicles and the auto industry and all kinds of other things. So Vertiv really is one of the pure plays that's out there.
We have a great chart, too, just to share it for those who are watching on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals, that looks at percentage gains since the beginning of 2023. Vertiv up 498%, NVIDIA 518%. And you mentioned something like an Eaton, and they're up about 99%. All of these far outperforming the S&P, which gained about 37% in that time frame. Everybody's going to go back and look at their portfolios. Wait, do I have this?
Exactly. Okay, so I think a lot of people have heard of NVIDIA, of course. You mentioned Eaton and Train just now. There's another name that caught my eye in your column, and that's Caterpillar.
Yeah.
Right. You think of Caterpillar as a company being a bellwether for construction around the world. Talk to us about what Caterpillar's not just done this year, but also how it has a hand in these data centers.
Yeah, their stock has outperformed the S&P 500. They make diesel generators, which are very important for data centers. Again, you can't have the lights go out on the data center. So if there is a problem with electricity, they'll crank one of these generators up, and Caterpillar makes these. Again, it's a very large company that's more known for backhoes and bulldozers and has more than $60 billion of sales. So this is a tiny part of Caterpillar, but it's going to be growing a lot.
Well, it's just a reminder, right, that there's going to be a lot going on if it all plays out like we expect. Yep, chips very, very important, but you need the data centers, right, to essentially do all that machine learning, generative AI, going through the data, processing the data. That's what is going to be needed. I am curious, this story, as we continue our conversation, how did it pop up on your radar? What was it? Was it Vertiv that first kind of popped out for you?
Vertiv there's a lot of talk about Vertiv. The other thing too is that if you look through the analyst calls, every one of them, they'll ask a question. So what kind of exposure do you have to data centers, or what's your play on data centers? That's the throwaway question right now. Everybody wants to know if somebody has exposure to data centers. And so I was compiling some of those companies that do have those, and Vertiv, came off the page, right? It was really one of the only pure plays out there that is specifically focused on data centers. And there's a backstory to that. Vertiv really got started with Honeywell's former CEO, Dave Cote, who's very well known in the industrial space, and he turned around that company and left it off in good hands. And Goldman Sachs called him up and asked him if he wanted to do a SPAC. And this is back in 2018, before a lot of people knew what those were. And he decided to do that. And his first investment was buying this company, which is now Vertiv. So he looked at all the different spaces, and he thought two things. We're in a digital age and we're in a biotechnological age. And he decided to go down the digital age path. And this is the vehicle that he chose. And so far, so good.
Yeah, now it's a $31 billion market cap company.
Yeah.
Hey, Thomas, you hinted this a little bit in your piece, and it's something that we've talked about especially with the REIT folks who come on and talk about data centers. But it's this idea that with the proliferation of data centers, we're starting to see some pushback from not just environmental organizations, but also towns that don't necessarily want these things in their backyards. They use a lot of energy. And they don't necessarily employ a lot of people.
That's right. They just have a lot of machines in them, and you do have maintenance folks and tech folks that keep them operating. But no, it's not like a call center, right? Those are those are probably going to be replaced by AI, but those would employ a lot of people making phone calls and taking phone calls. This is the opposite of that. This is just a bunch of computer servers, and you have to keep them cool and you have to keep them powered up. So that's the main task of a data center.
Very cool, especially as we continue to have the AI conversation around so many different, or with so many guests, I should say, and around so many different industries. Thomas, thank you so much. Really glad we could get to you. Thomas Black is Bloomberg Opinion Manufacturing, Logistics, and Aerospace columnist, joining us from Dallas. Looking at Vertiv Holdings, stock's just up about 0.5% in today's session. In a day where we're seeing most names lower, stock is up almost 70% this year.
We're off our lows of the day, but still down on the NASDAQ 100, about 1.2%. On the S&P 500, down close to 0.9%, again, off those lows from earlier. The Dow down a little more than 1%, Carol, while the NASDAQ Composite down 1.2%.
Right, and as we've been saying, most names in the S&P 500, you've got about 407 names to the downside, folks.
Wouldn't want to be somebody who has to do gainers today. That's all I'm going to say.
Tim was giving me lots of clues and helping me out earlier. All right, you're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are seeing a revival of the good news is bad news trade with the S&P 500 index right around 5,200, 5199.66 right now. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. Right now we've got the S&P down 0.8%. Dow Industrials down 412, a decline now of 1%, while NASDAQ is down 190 points, a drop of just about 1.2%. 10-year 4.36%, the 2-year 4.69%. Spot gold up 1%, 22.73 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.7%, 85.11 a barrel on WTI. Crude futures topping $85 for the first time since October, the latest milestone in a market rallying against a backdrop of OPEC Plus cuts, strong demand, and heightened geopolitical risk. Amrita Sen is Director of Research at Energy Aspects in London.
We have seen inventories not build or even draw counter-seasonally in Q1. In certain months, the physical market continues to remain very, very strong. And you're just seeing finally that being reflected in prices. Prices have lagged what the physical has been telling us for a good 3 months now. But now really we are starting to see that catch up.
And again, Amrita Sen of Energy Aspects. Crude oil, WTI up 1.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, our next guest was a highlight of this weekend's past Bloomberg Business Week podcast and broadcast. We actually caught up with our Bloomberg auto columnist, Hannah Elliott, about the influential YouTuber who started an auction house to sell million-dollar cars online. That site, Tim, SBX Cars, went live today.
Here to tell us all about it is Alex Hershey, co-founder of Supercar Blondie, joining us from Dubai, which Carol and I kind of think, Alex, is a pretty good market to sell hypercars. True or false?
True, yes, definitely. But there are so many other markets, and that's just why we've started this, because there are collectors from all over the world who want these incredible cars.
Well, talk to us a little bit about the need that you saw and why you started SBX Cars. What was the need that needed to be fulfilled in your mind?
Yeah, well, I've been traveling the world for the last 7 years and meeting collectors and dealers and OEMs. And what I've worked out is that there was no central location for all of these collectors around the world to meet, to buy and sell their cars. And so, I would get calls from collectors and say, hey, listen, do you know where I can buy this car? Or do you know who can buy one of my cars? And I just didn't have the time to connect these guys. So now this platform is what solves that issue. And we're here really to shake up how supercars and premium cars are traded around the world.
Well, and how's, just obviously first day, the auction site went up and running, went live. What can you tell us about early activity actually on it?
Yeah, it's quite exciting, actually. So, yeah, we just went live a few hours ago. On our listings, we have tens of thousands of views already, and we have registered bidders from all over the world. Our latest registered bidder was from Egypt, and then we had one from Japan. So really, they're in markets that we feel are underserved by these in-house auctions and digital auction spaces. There are so many collectors around the world who cannot travel physically in person to these in-house auctions. And so for them just to be able to sit at home from whatever country they're in the world and bid on their dream car from their home is awesome.
So Alex, does that mean they don't get to kind of take it for a test drive or kick the tires kind of thing? Do they just buy it online and they've just got to kind of trust it? How does that work?
Yeah, look, they can go and see the car. We encourage buyers to go and see the cars in person. So the cars are available to go. And, these collectors, it's not the first time they're doing this, right? These collectors are used to buying cars from overseas and shipping them into their own location. So if they have any questions about the car, they can go and send one of their team, their the collection manager to go see the car in person. Otherwise, on every single listing, we've got about 150 photos of the car, and the photos need to be super recent. And through our network, we can always make sure that these cars are listed as is.
Hey, I'm wondering about just the development of you professionally over the last 7 years, as you mentioned, and sort of the way that you've built this, not just this media organization, but the way you built this profile within this niche community where you do interact with so many people who can afford these vehicles. I mean, vehicles that are literally one of a kind vehicles. How do you think that car community views you now versus when you started back in 2017 or went full time in 2017?
So differently. Yeah, when I started in 2017, I came to this world as like a layman, right? I wasn't a car expert, a car journalist. I was just a girl who loved cars. And when I came into the community, it was really male focused. And I really wasn't that welcome, to be honest with you. First of all, I was a woman, which is fine, but also I was coming in from a social media perspective. And the automotive world has really relied on traditional journalists for, since time began to advertise their cars. And coming in from social media, this whole new form, this whole new world, it really wasn't understood. And we were just kind of taken as cowboys, right? But over the last few years, manufacturers now have realized that social media is a crucial way to get the word out about new cars and advertise their cars. So for me to have kind of the biggest presence online for the automotive world has been quite a shift from 7 years ago to now. And now, I'm taken very seriously, which is very nice.
So you are taken very seriously, and I guess that's why people will entrust you with their expensive cars. Like, let's talk about that process, because some of these cars, millions of dollars, there's not necessarily a lot of them depending on the specific car. So how do you actually find them and get a hold of them? Yeah.
Well, I suppose that's also why we're doing what we're doing with this platform, because I have been hunting. That's been my whole job, hunting down these super rare, super collectible cars from around the world. And so doing that, I have developed this network of collectors and dealers who really have the creme de la creme of cars in the world. And it was always really hard for these guys to sell it, because they might know a few people in their own country or in their own network who might want to buy one of these cars. But to reach people outside of their country was really difficult. You had to go through private broker. It would take months and months and months. So for me, I have that network already built. So I have... What was really amazing is I didn't expect that kind of feedback from them. They said, take my car, I trust you.
How do you get them? How do you get them to trust you, though? I mean, these are valuable cars, and in some cases, super rare.
Well, they've been trusting me to drive these cars, and and which is just amazing for me. I'm driving $10 million cars that do not belong to me. So the trust was there to be able to get me behind the wheel. And now with the brand I've built and the reach that I have, we get 2 billion views per month on average. And for people wanting to sell their cars, that is really, really valuable. So for them to know, okay, you've got this reach, and you can get as many eyeballs as possible, or more eyeballs than any auction house in the world. Take my car. Here you go.
And you don't have to put up. Okay, I'm being a little silly, but I'm serious, because I'm just thinking, oh my gosh, do you have to put up a bond? Do you have to do anything? Like, do you have to, for them to say, okay, here, take the car and see what you can do? Yeah.
So basically, what's good is the seller just keeps their car where it is. Okay. Right. So. With in-house auctions, they would usually have to ship their car to wherever the auction is being held, which could be halfway across the globe. They would have to take out insurance. It's a big risk, right? So for us, the seller just keeps the car wherever it is right now, which mitigates the risk. The fees are way lower on the digital platform, because we don't have the millions of dollars that goes into creating these in-house auction spaces, right? So we can keep the fees lower for the buyer as well.
We'll talk a little bit about those fees. Give us an example of the transaction fee that you would take in order to facilitate a transaction here.
Yeah, sure. So for the seller, it's just admin fees. So it literally starts at $250. You can sell your car on our platform for $250. Wow. Yeah. So if you want professional photography, we have a whole team of photographers around the world who will come to you in whatever country you're in and actually take those photos. That cost is $950. Then we have our white glove service. So that's when you have a really, really special collection or a one-off car that's worth, $20, $30 million. We can customize the way that we sell that car. We can even have like a preview somewhere beautiful and invite all of these potential buyers. So that's for the seller. The buyer is only 5% on top of the sales price. So when you look at in-house auctions between the buyer and seller, it can be around 15-20%. So ours is 5%, which, is a lot less for the buyer.
Hey, just 30 seconds. Are there enough truly rare cars in the world to support your business?
I was asking that when I first started traveling around the world trying to find them to film them. Now I know there is, because we traveled every single day for 7 years to find these cars, and we found hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. So they're all going to be on our site.
10 seconds. What's one real quickly that might be interesting to buyers? Real quick.
Mercedes 1, AMG 1. It's the first time it's ever going to be up for auction.
How much?
How much? Oh yeah, how much?
Well, we can't say.
Oh,
It
it's an
starts at
auction.
0.
Yeah, but isn't there a reserve price?
Yeah, is there a reserve price?
There is a reserve. We can't say the reserve, but once you near the reserve price, you're going to be able to see it on the site. It'll say near reserve price, and then everyone's like, oh, the next bid, it could sell.
All right. Well, listen, come back soon, and we'll check in with how it's all going. Alex, thank you. Alex Hershey, co-founder, Supercar Blondie. Of course, her new live auction website has just gone up, XBX Cars. Really great to check in with her, joining us there from Dubai.
Hey, from Dubai to New York to Washington, D.C. for a check the latest world and national news with Amy Morris in the 99.1 Newsroom. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. President Biden has had his first call with Chinese President Xi Jinping since their face-to-face encounter in San Francisco back in November. We get more from Bloomberg's Andy Curran in Washington.
The whole broader point of this call speaks to the idea that both sides are continuing to try and stabilize relations. There are areas of cooperation, for example, in AI, but the focus of the call in terms of the details so far seems to have been both on security and on the counter-narcotics trade.
Bloomberg's Andy Curran reporting in Washington, where the Treasury Department says Secretary Janet Yellen will travel to China for the second time in 9 months. She'll spend 2 days in the southern commercial center of Guangzhou, beginning Friday, before heading to Beijing for 2 more days of talks. Israel Defense Forces offered some sympathy to the families of the 7 aid workers killed in an Israeli airstrike last night. An American is among the dead. While falling short of accepting responsibility, IDF spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari delivered condolences in a video statement released this morning and promised an investigation.
As a professional military committed to international law, we are committed to examining our operations thoroughly and transparently.
The founder of World Central Kitchen, Chef Jose Andres, said in a statement that a convoy of 3 vehicles carrying food and staff members had just left a warehouse in a deconflicted zone when it was attacked. The New York judge presiding over Donald Trump's hush money trial expanded a gag order in the case after the former president attacked the judge and his daughter on social media. The judge expanded the order to include comments about prosecutors, court employees, and their families. Trump lashed out on social media again, calling it election interference. That trial is still set to begin on April 15th. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pellet. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the red. However, we are well off session lows. Let's head right over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bailey Lipschultz.
And good afternoon, Charlie. As you said, stocks are lower but bouncing a bit amid fears that interest rate cuts will be delayed. The Dow is down 365 points, S&P lower by 40, with the NASDAQ falling 165 points. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.36%, and small caps are down 2%. 9 of the 11 main S&P sectors are trading lower, led by losses in health and consumer discretionary, while energy and utilities are the only groups in the green. NASDAQ biotechs fall 100 points, transports drop 205, semis are down 90 points, while the VIX is higher by 7.5%. Leaders in the Dow, Dow Inc., Disney, and Salesforce, while United Health, Amgen, and Nike are the worst performers. Tesla fell more than 5% after year-over-year sales dropped for the first time since 2020. Health insurers, including Humana and United Health, plunged after regulators didn't boost payments for private Medicare plans. In deal news, Endeavor Group agreed to a $13 billion buyout from Silver Lake, and Honeywell is set to weigh the sale of a face mask unit. Wrapping things up, PVH, the owner of Calvin Klein, plunged 22% after a sales forecast missed expectations. Live from the First Word Breaking News Desk, I'm Bailey Lipschultz. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bailey. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUAK, S-Q-U-A, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's
the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
TikTok, everyone. We're under 18 minutes till the close of U.S. trading. We just heard the numbers from Charlie and got some details from Bailey, but worth revisiting. The S&P 500 off its lows, but down 0.8%. The Dow down a full percentage point, and pulling up the NASDAQ 100 down right now by just shy of 1%. So off the worst levels of the day, but still firmly in the red.
Dollar index, just checking that out, kind of been bouncing around, but very small moves, just down about 0.2%. So just giving some more perspective. We have seen gold moving up as of late. We saw oil moving up as of late. Concerns over geopolitics, but also supplies. Let's get to it and see what our Drive to the Close guest has to say. Liz Young is back with us, Head of Investment Strategy at SoFi, joining us from New York City. Liz, a lot going on. It does feel like, though, things slowed down a little bit yesterday and a little bit today, and maybe we're just trying to figure out, okay, where do we go from here? How do you see it? What's the big macro think that you guys are kind of all gathering around at this point?
Well, what's interesting is there actually hasn't been a lot of macro news yesterday and today, yet the market has moved quite a bit, almost not in tandem with the news cycle. Yesterday, we had some stronger PMI data. Today, we had some hotter JOLTS data. But a 10 basis point move in Treasury yields yesterday was much larger than I would have expected just on some stronger PMI data. So I think what's happening right now in the market is a couple things. The first of which is that we have to be digesting the idea. I think I heard in the beginning of the show that rate cuts are going to possibly be delayed. Delayed would only be the word that the market could use, because that's when the market wanted them to begin. I don't think the Fed would argue that they've been delayed. I think that they would have said, we never planned on cutting this soon anyway, so it's not a delay. It's actually all going according to the plan that we expected, and we're going to stick to our knitting in the sense of inflation is still not solved. Job market is strong. Growth has been surprisingly strong. So there is no reason for us to be in a rush to cut rates. And I don't think that we should be wishing for rate cuts. That's usually when the market starts to get nervous. So we're in this period of trying to get used to the idea that we're not going to get the cuts when maybe we thought we were going to get the cuts in order to support a high level of valuations. So now what do we do? Where should the money be going? Should it be going to places that are more attractively valued because rates are higher and because they are obviously going to stay higher for longer than we originally expected? So where do we find those opportunities?
Do you think the equity market has fully digested that we're not going to get the rate cuts when we thought we'd get the rate cuts?
No. I don't, in a very simple answer, no, I don't think we've fully digested it. Because if you look at what happened from the end of October through the end of last year, we had a rally in higher beta parts of the market. We had a really big rally in smaller cap stocks. We had a rally in things that maybe weren't producing a ton of cash flow, right? The higher risk on type rally. Move into the beginning of this year, and yes, we started to get news originally that, we thought there were going to be 6 cuts, then it moved to 3 cuts very quickly. The market broadly stayed steady, stayed rallying. It just was things came off the bench to hold it up. So I don't think every sector has yet digested the fact that rate cuts aren't going to happen as soon as we expected. What I think the bigger question is going to be, and we all know that this is the question, if and when rate cuts arrive, whether it's this year, next year, whenever the cycle begins, will it be because the Fed is forced to cut rates in response to something? Or will it be because they say, you know what, things are going pretty well, we can start to normalize policy? Obviously, we're all hoping for the latter. And then the last part of it, though, which this is the part that I really don't think markets have yet entirely digested, is the idea that what is normal anymore? What we've been used to as normal policy has been 0 interest rates for so long. And what we were at pre-pandemic is just not what the Fed is likely to target this time around as normal. So we have to get to a point where we are comfortable with the 10-year Treasury yield being 2 to 3% higher than it's been for a very long time. And what will that look like for corporate margins and for borrowing costs?
Right. The abnormality, if you will, it was the 0% interest rates, right? And we have to remind everybody that even though it persisted for a long time, that was the odd thing out. Having said that, Liz, we talked earlier with our Michael McKenzie, and I wrote this down because it struck me. He's our rates reporter at Bloomberg News, and he says U.S. exceptionalism keeps reverberating around the U.S. bond market. And I do wonder whether U.S. exceptionalism is also reverberating when it comes to the equity markets. Take the global perspective. There was an interesting story on the Bloomberg about maybe investors thinking, okay, maybe it's time to give up on the India trade and go back to the China trade. And we're looking at Japan and what's going on there. So when you look globally, does U.S. exceptionalism still stand out for investors or maybe not so much?
Well, in the current state and maybe for the near-term future, the U.S. continues to look like the lowest volatility option. We've still got innovation happening here, obviously in technology and all of the enthusiasm that's going on around AI, but you also have a dollar that continues to stay strong and appreciate. We've got, currency volatility around the globe that has picked up quite a bit in the last month or so, and I think that's given investors some jitters. And then this climb in gold, I think, is in response to a lot of that currency volatility around the globe. So if you're looking at the U.S. as a place that is producing solid growth above expectations, is producing solid earnings growth above expectations, without yet seeing a lot of pain in things like the labor market, and with an inflation rate that has come down quite a bit from its peak, yes, it would look like the U.S. is still the best, whatever you want to call it, the cleanest dirty shirt, the best house on the block, a bad block. And that is still true today. And I think that the capital will continue to stay here, if not flow here, until that becomes untrue. What's going on right now is that this pause in the rally, I think, is giving investors some reason to start to second guess, okay, is there another leg up? Is there more growth available in the U.S. because we've been riding this U.S. wave for a long time? Is it time that we start looking outside for other pockets of growth? And I'm sure there will be other pockets of growth. It's just that you have to weigh the risk reward. And the fact that currency volatility continues to play a part in a lot of this narrative is something that just does not sit well with me at night, especially when we're looking at the moves in commodity prices and all of the geopolitical risk that continues to come out of Asia.
Yeah.
A lot to keep in mind.
Yeah, there's a lot. That's why I said I kidded with our Michael McKenzie earlier. Like, I want to kind of just do fast forward because there's just a lot of stuff coming at us.
Well, close your eyes and we'll be there because we're already in the second quarter of the year, Carol Massar.
That's a good point. All right, Liz Young, thank you so much. Be well, head of investment strategy at SoFi, joining us right here in New York City. Folks, just got about 10 minutes left in the trade and watching equities under pressure off our worst levels.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pelletin. Endeavor Group Holdings, that is the talent agency and controlling investor in WWE, and the Ultimate Fighting Championship has agreed to be acquired in a $13 billion buyout by the private equity group Silver Lake Management. Shares of Endeavor Group, they are up now by just about 2.3%. Tesla shares lower. It suffered its first year-over-year sales drop since the early days of the COVID pandemic. Tesla said it handed over 386,810 vehicles in the first 3 months of this year. That was well short of analysts' average estimate for 449,080 deliveries. Gene Munster is co-founder of Deepwater Asset Management, and he was a guest this morning on Bloomberg Intelligence.
I think that, the used market is showing some price declines. Maybe that's picking up a little bit. I think the broader macro, the two biggest forces in play here are the EVs are more expensive than traditional cars. Rates are high. And then separately, I think the excitement around EVs has slowed.
And you can hear more of the conversation on the Intelligence podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Tesla shares lower by 5.1%. Meanwhile, Rivian Automotive built and delivered more electric vehicles last quarter than Wall Street was expecting. Shares, however, lower now by 5.1%. PVH shares are plunging after the company gave full-year sales guidance that fell short of expectations. The clothing company owns the Tommy Hilfiger and Calvin Klein brands. It says it expects revenue this year to decrease 6 to 7%. PVH plunging by 22.5%. Those are our top company stories, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stennebeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, just under 5 minutes to go until the closing bell rings on Wall Street. And, a little bit of a different tone, no doubt about it. We've seen quite a run-up in stocks since the end of October last year. And we have seen, we had a great first quarter, very strong first quarter if you were a bull in the market. But a little bit of a different tone, and I think the worries are, I should say, and the rethink is of whether or not we get all the interest rate cuts that the Fed that we've all been kind of expecting, or investors have been expecting.
But Carol, I kind of want to move in a different direction here.
Take me wherever you want.
Okay, the most read story
I'm
in
game.
the last hour here.
Dun, da, da, da.
It's about none other than the former president, Donald Trump.
Truth Social, you're talking about this suit?
Yeah, did you see this?
I just see it now, yeah.
Jeff Feely, who covers legal here at Bloomberg, he might be based in Delaware. He spends a lot of time in Delaware. He says that the former president has ramped up a battle over shares in his newly public Trump Media and Technology Group with a lawsuit against his co-founders claiming they violated an agreement setting up the social media company and shouldn't get any stock in it at all.
Interesting. Andy Latinsky and Wes Moss don't deserve their 8.6% stake. Trump, arguing in that suit, filed March 24th in Florida State Court. The complaint, which hasn't previously been reported, comes after the pair brought their own lawsuit against the former president in Delaware Chancery Court over their promised stake in the company.
The legal fight playing out amid wild swings in shares of Trump Media, which began trading last week after it merged with a SPAC. The stock dropped 21% yesterday. It's higher today.
Up about 6.5%.
Up about 6.5%, okay. Yeah. We saw in a securities filing yesterday that it had a $58 million loss and a relative trickle of revenue for 2023. Also reiterated a warning that it needed the money from the SPAC deal to keep operating.
Yeah, Trump claiming Latinsky and Moss failed to properly set up the corporate governance structure of Trump Media, launch his Truth Social platform, and find an appropriate merger partner. That failure hurt the company, he argues. He says then, quote, began ceaseless attempts to thwart the blank check company deal in the struggle for their respective stakes. In their own suit, the two say the former president, Donald Trump, was planning to seek millions of extra shares, diluting their stake. Critics would say, lawsuits. It's a commonality we seem to see around the former president, but
he's dealing with a lot of lawsuits right now.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're going to play it safe, go back to the markets. We've got stocks definitely off their lows of the session, but we are seeing some selling and pretty broad-paced. Over to our TV colleagues. Beyond the Bell starts right now.
bell. Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Alex Steele. We're counting you down to the closing bell, and here to help take us beyond the bell. It's a global simulcast. We're joined right now by Scarlett Fu, by Carol Masser, and by Tim Stenovic. And we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, television, radio, and our partnership with YouTube.
Yeah, hey guys, very much a different tone here, it feels like today, as we continue to watch, pressure on yields. I mean, I do feel like we've talked about this a lot, kind of this new narrative of kind of the expectations in terms of Fed rate cuts, maybe not as many as many investors have been expecting. Having said that, on the equity side of things, it feels like some really broad-based selling here if you look at both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100.
Yeah, off our lows of the day, but still down on the S&P 500 right now by 0.7%, Scarlett. Carol mentioned the idea of sort of figuring out rate cuts for the year. It's what Liz Young just talked about with us over at SoFi. She said, we're in a period where we're not going to get the cuts that we thought we'd get, and the market has not fully digested that.
It has not fully digested that, and it's showing up in volatility measures. The VIX up for a third day, although it's at 14.5, so we're not talking about elevated levels yet. But the MOVE Index, which tracks volatility in the U.S. Treasury market, up 9% on Monday.
Right, but you would expect even more, maybe? I mean, you see rates going to be sticky. Now people are starting to talk about what happens if maybe we need to price in no cuts at all, and maybe even a hike. If you look at SOFR, positioning looks about 20% positioning for no cut at all or a hike. Totally different.
Yeah, I was curious. I mean, everyone's making a big deal about sort of the total number of rate cuts priced into this market right now. But when you look at the starting point and how that's moved, I mean, even 2 to 3 now seems a little bit implausible, particularly if you think the election might actually interfere with the Fed's decision making. We get the closing bells here in New York, and I think to quote the late great Alex Steele, it could have been worse. The S&P 500 was down as much as 1% here on the day. And it's going to finish down by about 38 points, or only about 0.7%, holding right around that 5,200 level. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down about 400 points, or 1% on the day. A similar percent move lower for the NASDAQ Composite, down to 16,240. And your relative laggard on the day, that is the Russell 2000, a loss of about 38 points, or 1.8%.
All right, quick check. S&P 500, folks. Most names lower. Scarlett, 400 names to the downside, 103 to the upside. So, as we said, largely a risk-off trade for many names today.
Yeah, very much a lot of red across the IMAP pie. In terms of the worst performers, you've got healthcare off by 1.6%. A lot of health insurers like Humana, CVS, which owns Aetna and Centene. You've got consumer discretionary and real estate investment trusts. Consumer discretionary, that's, of course, Tesla. And on the upside, energy stocks, 1.4% gain today, now up 15% so far this year. Utilities and communication services also moving up just a notch higher.
All right, guys, a little tricky for me to find gainers. I had a little assist from my buddy over here, Tim Stenovic. So let's go to it. Some of the individual gainers.
Does he normally do your work for you?
We actually help each other. That might be a new thing to you.
I don't know it's a partnership. It's a partnership.
Cutting a little close to home.
Just kidding. All right, so let's get to some of the individual gainers. Another oil deal. We had some M&A activity, actually, on this Tuesday. We had SLB, formerly Schlumberger, agreeing to acquire rival oilfield service provider Champion X. I feel like this is like in your wheelhouse, Alex.
It is.
So I'll just do it quickly and feel free to add to it. Anyway, so buying Champion X for $7.8 billion was an all-stock deal. What do you think, Alex, of all the energy deals that continue in this space?
Well, in this particular world, this is about SLB trying to control the well from beginning to end, from beginning and drilling to the end in retirement. So that's kind of interesting because it's the well life that they talk a lot about. But hey, if you get oil that still stays at 85, does it actually bring in the sellers because they're like, cool, I get a better premium, and the buyers are like, hey, if we go to 100, 85 deal makes actually things look really good? Could see more of it potentially.
Right, all has to do with the price. This is why we love you, or just one of the many reasons. That color around all things in the energy space. All right, so Champion X up about 10.4% in today's session. I'm sure you guys talked about this, another deal, and this had to do with Endeavor Group Holding, the talent agency, we know it. They're the controlling investor in WWE, also Ultimate Fighting Championship. They were agreed to be acquired in a $13 $13 billion buyout by the private equity group, Silver Lake Management, which already owned a controlling stake, we should point out, in Endeavor. So interesting deal. But they did offer minority investors $27.50 a share for their holdings. And then just to layer on that, in Endeavor, let me just bring it up here. What, it was up about 2% here. That stock closing at 25 and change, just under 26 a share. Also higher in the news, Endeavor, which owns a 51% stake in TKO, the parent of Ultimate Fighting and World Wrestling, they also moved higher in today's session. They were up just about 5.2%. On the news, that Dale news between Endeavor and Silver Lake, it was noted that TKO isn't party to the transaction and will remain a publicly traded company, at least for now.
Okay, I had the easy job today, finding the decliners. It was an embarrassment of riches. Tesla finishing the day down by 4.9%. It fell as much as 6.7% just after the company reported first quarter deliveries that missed the average analyst estimate. Tesla delivered 386,810 vehicles in the first 3 months of the year. It missed the Bloomberg average estimate by the biggest margin ever, going all the way back 7 years. The average estimate was for about 450,000 vehicles. Scarlett, you mentioned healthcare. I want to talk about a couple of these. United Health Group falling by 6.44%. This after the U.S. regulators decided against boosting payments for private Medicare plans. It's a break with recent practice, and it means that health insurers are now facing lower payments than they'd anticipated for the year 2025. Humana, which brings us to Humana, down 13.4%. It was the worst performer in the S&P 500. It gets most of its revenue from Medicare. Fell to its lowest point in 4 years. Today's move was its biggest move lower since 2022. PVH Corp, down by more than 22% today. The company owns Calvin Klein, Tommy Hilfiger, and others. It plunged the most, going all the way back to Black Monday, October 19th, 1987, more than 35 years ago. This after it said it expects revenue this year to decrease by 6 to 7% compared with a 2% increase last year. The company has been working on this transformation that's focused in strengthening Calvin Klein and Tommy Hilfiger, which I don't know if I have to tell you guys, it's lost momentum among shoppers in recent years.
Yeah,
don't see a lot of it out there.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Is it my turn? Am I going to yields?
You can, yeah, get all. I did four decliners today. Hope that's okay.
Okay.
There were so many.
No one stopped you.
But yeah.
All right. Doing yields is going to be easy. You're seeing a sell-off, particularly in the back end. We were up, though, by about 10, 12 basis points, but now we're only up by about 4. I was talking to Ira Jersey of Bloomberg Intelligence earlier, and he thinks a lot of what we're seeing is actually repositioning, because if you're looking for higher for longer, it really would be the front end that would be moving more. So sort of wait a couple weeks, just let everything settle out, and then maybe we'll get a cleaner read on where the bond market is positioned.
Hey guys, I just want to bring our attention to some headlines crossing the wire right now. This involving Intel. The shares down about 1% here and after hours trading. They're giving some type of guidance here, though it seems to be very specific to its foundry business here. They're basically saying the 2023 foundry revenue came in well below where it was in the year prior, but it says that it now sees a framework for that business going forward that does provide some degree of margin expansion. It says it has a new structure that is designed to drive up cost discipline, and it will recast its operating segment financial results for 2021 through 2023. So just based on this, I think we need to dive a little bit deeper into this, guys, because now that I look a little deeper into this does appear to be a restatement of past results specifically related to that foundry business. I think we need to get some more details, and we'll get you an update here on what's going on.
We also have some numbers on the data center and AI revenue as well for 2023. So this has already gone past $12.64 billion versus $16.86 billion. So that is a decline on an annual basis, but we don't really know what the estimate is. So I can't give you a read on whether that's better or worse than expected. But we go back to that idea that perhaps its foundry business is in flux a little bit here, as it has also named a new CFO of Intel Foundry. Lorenzo Flores will be the new CFO of this part of its business.
Yeah, again, just reading from their press release, there are some comments by Pat Gelsinger, the CEO, obviously, of Intel, but they are just kind of talking about this new structure designed to drive increased cost discipline, higher returns, also by providing greater transparency, accountability, and incentives across the business. So, yeah, I think we need a little bit more to know exactly what it means.
And let me just clarify, too, now that I had a chance to read through this. So it does look like they are effectively breaking out this business as a separate segment with a separate leader and going back and providing segment results for the past year. So not a restatement, more of a disclosure of how the business had been performing over those previous years.
Yeah, shares of Intel right now, they're down just about 0.3% in the change from the close. We're still getting earnings, guys, right now. Other companies are reporting. Do you see Dave & Buster's is reporting fourth quarter earnings per share missing estimates, shares falling just about 7% after that earnings miss. 10% now, excuse me.
Yeah, that's not getting hit. But just one more quick one from Intel, targeting a 40% adjusted gross margins at the foundry business and targeting 30% adjusted operating margins at the foundry business. So. Yeah, so we'll look for some more analysis on it, but we are seeing Intel continuing to trend a little bit lower. I'm sure that there will be more commentary, certainly from the analyst community, around this and from the company. All right, guys, that's a wrap. Our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We call it Beyond the Bell. We will see you again, same time, same place, tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That's Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenivek. Carol, we talked about this a few months ago. Worth revisiting. A recent TIAA Institute survey said that about 21% of Americans aged 22 to 34 said retirement is out of reach or not even part of their plan. Kind of not hard to see why. Good entry-level jobs are getting harder to come by. Student loan debt burdens are daunting. The cost of living is high.
Yeah, but what we say in surveys doesn't always reflect what we do. So for a check of what we're doing when it comes to retiring and planning for our kids' college educations, we've got a great guest. Let's bring back David Musto. He's president and CEO at the financial services company Ascensus, which handles retirement services as well as college savings plans. And it says it's the largest record-keeping services partner and third-party administrator in the company. So they see a lot. They have over $742 billion in assets under administration. And he joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. You do have a great vantage point. Great to see you. How are you?
Great to see you again.
Well,
fantastic.
And how are things going? You've got a great window into a lot in terms of how people are doing, especially when it comes to retirement and savings. We talk a lot about numbers and surveys, and they look rather bleak. So tell us what you're seeing specifically.
Well, listen, it's a fact of life. There are about 25% of workers in America that don't have any retirement saving. There's about 57 million Americans that don't even have access to a workplace retirement plan. Right, so one of the things that I think all of us are focused on is creating more incentives for small businesses, mid-sized businesses to actively create workplace programs.
Right.
Because once they're in place and once people are saving on a regular basis, we know that there's much higher likelihood of long-term financial success.
What's the option for people who don't have a workplace savings plan right now? Is it just a Roth IRA?
It is some form of an IRA. Now, what certain innovative states are doing is rolling out programs which are auto IRA programs where they're mandating within their states or requiring that any small, mid-sized business that doesn't offer a traditional 401k or defined contribution plan needs to automatically enroll their employees, their participants, into an auto IRA program. And it's actually working. We're seeing very high levels of adoption of these programs in certain states. We're seeing savers slowly but surely putting money aside and increasing contributions over time. So this is one of the ways in which we're encouraging more activity in the workplace. There's also been a variety of new regulations, legislation, that is providing more tax credits, incentives, and ease of administration so that more small businesses actually adopt programs.
What else could be done that you think would move the needle more
Well, we
dramatically?
need to democratize financial advice and guidance. Right, one of the big.
Do you know how long we've been talking about this?
We're still working on it, Carol. and
what holds it back?
You know why we're getting results, right?
Yeah.
And what's really coming together here is the combination of technology alongside advisors and human beings supporting savers. It's not it's not a lot of magic here. But the main reason that people are not saving toward long-term goals is short-term financial strain, right? There's a significant issue around, you were talking about college debt. We got 43 million Americans that have some form of college debt right now, 13% of the US population. So how do we help these people manage through the debt so that they can focus on the longer term savings? How do we cut it off earlier is the other opportunity.
Well, Okay, so how do we? Because it's become quite a machine in terms of the cost of education, the ability to access loans to pay for it. It's all there. Like, how do you change that nut? Like, how do you reverse it?
Yeah, so awareness, number one, 30% of Americans that could or should be saving in a College 529 program for their kids don't even know that those programs exist, don't know that they can be setting aside dollars.
I feel like there should be something when the kids are born, like it just
You
started.
leave the hospital, you get some swaddles and like some info about a 529.
Get the car seat and you start the 529.
You got to buy the car seat yourself.
Yeah, I know.
Kudos to the state of California. Cal Kids program, the state of California is now depositing an amount of money into every child's account born in the state of California. The census administers that program. We're happy to be, thrilled to be a part of that.
That's pretty cool.
So a lot of innovation like that happening across the country.
Hey, speaking of innovation, one thing that we can do now with our phones, as we learned last year with the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank, is move money very quickly. And I get the idea that if people see maybe headlines and they don't follow the markets closely, they might want to make adjustments to their 401ks. They can do that through a mobile app, but you've been able to successfully get people to think twice about reducing the amount they're putting in their 401k through their mobile app. Talk a little bit about this. Because there's some psychology at play here.
Big time. Behavioral finance, right, is the buzzword. But taking advanced technology, user design, we've been able to drive 30% of the people that would come online or on an app to reduce a contribution rate in their 401k plan to actually stop them from proceeding with that transaction.
It's like a warning comes up, says, wait a second, are you sure you really want to do this?
A little bit more than that. It's a presentation of an outlook that shows how that additional, how that money, right, will impact their long-term income.
Okay.
Right, so if you reduce by $100 a month now, what's that going to mean in terms of your monthly income or your annual income when you retire? And it's enough to get people to think.
What about families? I feel like we are speaking from a very privileged vantage point, if you will, whether it's companies that help us in this or whatever. But there's a lot of families out there that are just barely getting by, just not even, some would say, making a living wage. How do you help all those individuals that, like, how do you do that?
Yeah, well, and just, to recognize that, I think there's double the number of people that have credit card debt relative to emergency savings, right? So you're tapping into a really important issue there. A big part of it is early habits. Even those that are of lower income, right, and means, need to think about sort of where and how they're placing the next dollar. And to the degree they can even set small amounts aside for that emergency fund, it's going to mean a big difference in a crisis situation in a family.
But what's your outreach to, like,
well,
give me an idea on your platform? Like
So a big opportunity is using the workplace for this.
Yeah.
It is really hard to touch thousands, right, hundreds of thousands of people across the country one by one by one. But when we have people gathered in a workplace and we provide financial wellness counseling or advice through a benefits program,
right,
or in conjunction with a 401k program, even though they may not be ready to contribute to that long-term retirement savings goal today, we can provide education, advice, and guidance to help them consider the steps along the path to making those types of contributions.
What's a bigger crisis in this country? Is it the education cost crisis or lack of saving for retirement crisis?
Well, it depends on whose seat you sit in, but both are equally important, and it's dollars today versus dollars tomorrow. But it's meaningful on both fronts, and I think it's something. It's not an and or, right? We've got to focus on both.
Should we think that we're going to get Social Security the way that earlier generations were able to?
I think that the government will find a way to extend those benefits. I suspect they'll be extended in a different way than we know them today. It's the only way the math works.
What's the responsibility of corporations? Where I think about my dad who had a pension, VA benefits, investments, just different things.
Yeah.
But companies, you know, there are many who've got 401k and they do matching, but what is the responsibility of corporations? And forgive me, because only about 30 seconds left.
Yeah, they can be great facilitators of these programs, design programs that are set up to get employees on the right first step, and continually reinforce the benefits of saving for longer-term goals and objectives.
Yeah, I actually think kids should be like, I know we're not supposed to do our opinion, but I think kids should be learning about all this stuff in like grade school and middle school and high school.
Very controversial opinion, Carol. You better watch yourself.
I just think, come on. Thank you for joining us. Good to have you back. David Musto, President and Chief Executive Officer at Ascens, is joining us here in our Interactive Brokers studio. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic. This is Bloomberg.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, keeping an eye on shares of egg producer Cal-Maine. Earnings topped estimates. Shares surging after hours now. Cal-Maine up by 8.3%. A down day for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. Today we had stocks falling as bond yields rose after solid economic readings, and a rally in commodities spurred speculation that major central banks will keep rates higher for longer. S&P today lower by 17 points. That was a drop of 0.7%. The S&P now at 52.05. Dow Industrials fell 396 points today, down 1%. Nasdaq Composite Index down 156 points, a drop there of just about 1%. 10-year yield 4.35% with a 2-year 4.69%. Spot gold up $25 the ounce, up 1.1%. 22.76 on gold. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.8%, 85.24 a barrel. Briefly, clothing company PVH shares plunged after it reported full-year sales guidance that fell short of expectations. PVH lower today by 22.2%. And the software maker Autodesk fell by the most in almost a month after disclosing an internal investigation into its own accounting practices. Today, Autodesk was down by 4.1%. Recapping, S&P down 38, down 0.7%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Okay, Carol, don't judge me.
Okay.
All right, I did a little experiment last night, okay?
Yeah.
So I tried to get ChatGPT to write a sincere note for a really good friend of mine who's got a big birthday coming up.
How'd that go?
Well, okay, so the thoughtful things take me a long time to do. I wanted to see if I could save a little time using ChatGPT. You realize right away that you can't just ask it to write a nice birthday message. You got to ask the question the right way. You got to add detail that will personalize it for you, like how long you've known the person, as well as a collection of memories you've shared together, what you did at their wedding. Still, no matter how much I tinkered with it, I got nothing that I wanted to use. And it made me think of our interview that we're doing today, because it's not just that we have to learn how to live and work with this technology. We've got to learn how to coexist with this technology. We're not just going to be asking super smart chatbots and humanoid robots to do stuff for us.
Damn.
And that's exactly the point of the next.
Kind of hoping.
Yeah, I know. You know what it turns out? It's easier to write a message from the heart than from the cloud.
All right. So this is very nicely done.
Thank you.
All right. Anyway, basically how we're going to live with AI. This is the focus of a new book from Ethan Mollick, professor of management at Wharton. The new book is called Co-Intelligence, Living and Working with AI. Professor Mollick joining us from Philadelphia. Welcome to Bloomberg Business Week. Get to it. How are you thinking about how we will live and work with AI? Because we're spending a lot of time talking about it and dreaming, guessing, keeping our fingers crossed, but how are you thinking about it?
I get right to it. That sounds like how a lot of people talk to AI. Please, no chit-chat, just get going. And we can talk more about your prompting technique in a bit, but part of what is really interesting is if you look, there's already big effects. So I did a big study with a bunch of my colleagues at Harvard and MIT and Warwick, where we went to Boston Consulting Group, the big consulting company, and we gave 8% of the global workforce, half got GPT-4 to use, half didn't, and they got a 40% improvement in performance just from using AI, and did work 26% faster. So it's already here and making an impact. It's just different in different places.
So let's talk about prompting technique here, because I think that's what the experience that a lot of people listening or watching right now might have with AI as we know it right now might be the idea of using these chatbots and not necessarily using them for any functional purpose apart from just kind of playing with them and figuring things out. But let's talk prompting technique, because I feel like this is something that you actually have to learn.
So a little bit. I mean, there actually is one piece of advice that I would ask you, if from your story, which is, it turns out there's a huge difference between what's called the frontier model, the largest, most advanced chatbots, which are also the most expensive to run. There's only 3 of them right now in the world, these frontier models, which is Claude 3, GPT-4, and Google's Gemini Advanced. And those models and the sort of free models that are out there. So if you ask one of the more advanced models, they require less prompting and produce much more impressive work. But
so
if you're going to prompt an AI,
I should have paid for it.
You got to pay for it, or you can actually get access for free through Microsoft stuff if you turn on the purple creative mode in Microsoft Copilot. That's a hint.
Okay.
But the main thing you want to do to start prompting the AI is tell it who it is. You are a great writer of greeting cards. And then I love the other piece of context you're going to provide as well.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So I didn't know that you have to sort of identify yourself with this stuff. But like I said, it's like Carol,
but would you have identified yourself as a great creator of greeting cards?
No, but I would have said I'm a pretty good writer.
I would tell it that it's a great writer of business, of cards. You want to tell it what it does.
Oh, okay. I see.
You know, it's interesting. So
I see. You have to, did you hear that, Carrie? You have to tell it what it does. You are a great writer.
Yes. So you need to stroke. Hey, we women are really good at stroking and like making guys feel like they're the best about everything. So we know how to do this. We'll be good with ChatGPT. But even seriously though, I'm just having some fun. But is it really just about ChatGPTs? I mean, is that going to be our world when we think about generative AI, machine learning, or is it something much bigger than that?
It is a lot bigger. Chatbots are one way to talk with these large language models, but one of the things that you're going to be seeing a lot of this year, and I've already been playing with, are the idea of agents. So autonomous systems, basically, where you tell the AI do something. I've already been playing with an early version called Devin, which is based on GPT-4, but Devin works like a software engineer. You say, create a website about this, and then Devin quietly goes off and sets up a plan and builds a website for you and then tells you when it's done. So we're going to start seeing all kinds of ways of interacting with these systems, not just sort of chatbots the way you have already.
Okay, that is where I see a real innovation.
Productivity,
Ethan.
man.
Yeah, is this idea, and it's actually kind of ironic because, a few years ago, a lot of people were taught, okay, hey, go learn to code. Coding is a job that will be safe. But what I see, Ethan, happening, and correct me if I'm wrong, is this idea of prompting some of these tools to create things for you that previously computer coders would have had to create. Are those jobs seem to be really at risk?
Well, it's an interesting thing. I don't code in Python. I maybe do 300 Python programs a week right now, thanks to ChatGPT doing it for me.
Wow.
So I use software for all kinds of things I wouldn't before. I think that what we usually see with a job like this is like when spreadsheet software came out, accountants didn't lose their jobs. They just shifted to doing more interesting work and not just doing handwriting math problems all day. And I think there's still a lot of room for coders. It's just a higher level of work.
I love these, you have 4 principles, is it right, for thinking about AI. Principle 1, always invite AI to the table. Walk us through the rest of them. I'm trying to go through it here.
Sure, yeah. So the first one is always invite AI to the table. Nobody knows how AI is going to be useful for your job as, say, a Bloomberg radio host, because no one's ever figured it out before. If you use it for everything that you ethically and legally can, you're going to find out what it's good or bad at, and you might be surprised by what it's good or bad at. The second principle is be the human in the loop. As AI does more and more stuff for us, we want to figure out what we do uniquely that's human, because whatever you're good at, you're almost certainly better than AI. You want to double down on those things. The third thing is, just like we talked about, treat the AI like a person and tell it what kind of person it is, and you get most of the way there to early prompting. And the fourth and sort of most ominous or interesting is, this is the worst AI you're ever going to use.
So it's just going to get better, you mean?
Yes, the stuff that's coming is going to make this stuff look much less interesting.
Can you describe, what's the world? Give me, I don't know, is it 2 years, 3 years, 4 years? What is our world like where AI, generative AI, machine learning, chatbots, I guess, if you will, is such a big part of our world? I get up in the morning and I do what? I mean, I'm already talking to Google Home. I'm already talking to different things. How is it? How does it change our world?
Yeah, it's a good question. A lot of that depends on how fast and how long this technology develops, and nobody knows the answer, right? Keep in mind that OpenAI is explicitly trying to build an artificial general intelligence, a machine smarter than a human, in the next few years. So let's assume that doesn't happen, right? Then I think, we are going to see a bunch of stuff already baked into our current versions of AI. So I think people are already forming relationships with AI chatbots. They're going to view them as friends or people they talk to. I think your Siri and your Google Home are going to become much smarter and know what you actually want to accomplish during the day and just do the work for you. I think we're going to be working as co-intelligences with AI that'll help us generate ideas and help us do the boring parts of work. So I think, there's going to be positives and negatives of this vision.
How do we make it so, I'm not just talking about Carol and me, but how do we prepare ourselves? How do we prepare our kids for this world?
Smart.
So I think that the main thing to do is to use this. I think a lot of people are waiting for instructions, and those aren't kind of forthcoming. Nobody has answers for you. I talk to all the AI labs all the time.
We don't want our kids. We don't want our kids going, "Hey, write me, write my essay on." Right, exactly.
So school is an interesting one, right? We didn't I'm a professor, I'm a teacher, and we didn't expect all of essays to be destroyed. We'll figure it out in schools. You're just going to be doing a lot more in school writing than you did before. Your kids can use this as a valuable companion to help them structure an argument, to have a discussion, to explain things. I know as a parent of kids, frequently I have there's that math problem you have to help with. I don't remember how that math works, so I ask the AI to explain to me how to do it. So I've become much better at explaining
you
stuff.
You can't remember, and you have a PhD.
Listen, we've already been sending our kids to Khan Academy and other things. So this is just another step. I do need to ask you, though, How does it affect the financial community? Because every conference and event that's coming up, pick your industry, they are looking at how AI is going to impact them. How does it impact the financial community and investing?
Weirdly, finance in overall was the most impacted already by the previous forms of AI. So previous forms of AI were about how do we train a model on lots of data so it can predict the future, right, and make predictions. And we have algorithmic trading now. You know, when you go to a trading desk, it's no longer being in Wall Street where people screaming at each other. It's a couple of computers. So that industry has already been disrupted. Large language models work more like people than they do like software. So it's sort of like you add people to a team. So in finance, it's about things like, what if we have 1 million people doing sentiment analysis? What would you do with 1 million PhDs is the question I ask finance companies, because that's what the AI can do for you.
Hey, 30 seconds. Does anything about this technology scare you?
I think, yes, the perfect deep fakes are already here. I think that we should, you shouldn't trust anything you see or hear again. This could be entirely AI generated of me. It isn't, and you wouldn't know.
All right, going to leave it there. So appreciated. Ethan Mollick there, his new book, Co-Intelligence, Living and Working with AI. Hey, just want to mention a headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. The Walt Disney Company ahead in its proxy fight with Nelson Peltz Tryon Fund Management. They've got more than 60% of the vote. As we know, we've been talking about tomorrow a proxy battle against billionaire activist investor Nelson Peltz and his Tryon Fund Management, Disney. And so that vote is going through. And so we've got more than 60% of the votes, it seems to be in Disney's favor. So, yeah.
Hey, so what happens? That's the question.
Exactly.
Tomorrow.
Just looking at Disney in the aftermarket, just down about 0.25% here. So certainly top of mind, as we know, activist investors have been pushing for some changes. Hey, right now, folks, we want to go over to our TV team. They are sitting down with New York City Comptroller Brad Lander, joining Romaine and Scarlett in an interview.
Are still siding with Disney, say that they're focused on the long-term health of the company. The New York City Pension Fund is telling Dateline that Peltz's troubling performance on other boards raised concerns about the value that he would bring to the table. We do not believe this would be beneficial to preserving shareholder value. For more on this, we want to bring in Brad Lander. He is New York City Comptroller. He represents the New York City Retirement Systems, which holds $2.6 million worth of shares of Disney, valued 2.6 million shares, of Disney shares valued at more than $290 million. Brad, thank you so much for joining us today.
Great to be with you. It's an exciting proxy battle.
So as City Comptroller, you are an investment advisor and custodian for the city's public pension funds. I'm curious as to whether institutional investors like yourself tend to vote early or later. I'm just trying to gauge how much we can read into our reporting that 60% of the votes have been cast for the Disney company as opposed to Nelson Peltz.
Well, our votes have already been cast, so we're amongst that 60%, and we did vote for the slate supported by Disney management, by Bob Iger. As that quote says that you put up, we are not enthusiastic about Leonard Peltz. 15 of the 22 times he's taken a position on a company's board, 68% of the time, it's underperformed the S&P 500. And look, it's a short-term oriented hedge fund strategy, and we're long-term investors looking at $290 million. That's the retirement security of teachers, firefighters, cops, and school crossing guards, and we want to make sure it's there for the long run.
So Tryon has raised a number of grievances. He's pointed out succession issues, how the board has fumbled that, the unprofitable streaming business, and of course a bunch of box office duds as well. Do you share any of his specific concerns?
Well, look, the succession issue is real. We were not pleased with Chapek's time as CEO, and we want to see the transition to the new CEO handled better. But we like the transformation plan that the company has put forward. And look, there's some duds when you run a studio. There's some successes as well, like Taylor Swift and, Marvel and Star Wars. And look, Leonard Peltz has never been on the board of or led a media company. So I don't know what he's going to bring to solving streaming problems or making sure that the next stream of films are successes. Bob Iger's track record is good from 2005 to 2020. Shares were up 579%. And even in this more recent tenure, better than Paramount and Fox. We think this is it needs to improve like they all do, but one that has done well by us.
You mentioned the long-term return of Disney under Bob Iger. The board battle has been, like, let's be honest, pretty good for the stock as well, because since Pulse has publicized his stake in Disney, the stock has done fairly well, up almost 50%, outpacing the S&P 500's return over that period. Do you think it's been good for the company in terms of sharpening focus?
Well, look, there's two different questions. One, does this push people to do their best to try to make sure they're coming up with good ideas? And probably it does. On the other hand, activist interest pushes up share price, but that doesn't do anything for long-term value. It's probably why it's not a strategy that we are generally supportive.
Whatever the outcome of tomorrow's vote will be, do you think this will mark the end of the proxy fight at Disney, or is it just end of stage one?
Well, you know, I noticed that Peltz has tried to get on the Disney board 24 times already. I think this is the 24th time. So I wonder if he's just looking for a fast pass so he can move through the Disney parks more quickly with his grandkids. I say give him a fast pass instead of a seat on the board. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Obviously, there are those CEO succession issues, and those are important over the next few years.
Has he or Blackwell's reached out to you? Has their side reached out to you to try to convince you of their argument to get on their side?
We have talked with the company. We have not talked with Peltz or.
Okay, got it. Investors like to compare Disney to Netflix. And if you just look at the fundamentals, for instance, Disney trades at 24 times forward earnings, Netflix at 33 times. Netflix, of course, is profitable with its streaming. Do you think this is a fair comparison?
Well, you know, Disney's got 4 businesses. They've got a film studio, they've got streaming, they've got ESPN, and they've got the parks. So for the streaming service, Netflix is the right comparison, but obviously you have to, look at other comparisons for the sports network.
Where is the unrealized value in Disney?
Well, look, that's what this transformation plan is designed to find, figuring out how to make sure that your film production and your streaming aren't eating into each other, that you're really getting that value. Mm-hmm. That's something that the company and really many of these companies are still working on. Look, the Disney brand, there's nothing like it, and how you take that into the next generation. I think the Taylor Swift concert is a great example of that, how many Marvel films you could put out that'll keep being successful. That's not my expertise.
But to your point, it's not Nelson Peltz's expertise either, so.
Exactly right. I just don't see anything to indicate that he will add long-term value.
So I want to also ask you, given that your role here as the CFO of New York City, about congestion pricing. The MTA board basically gave its green light to the city's congestion pricing plan. Is this pretty much a done deal, or are we still in the 8th inning given the outstanding lawsuit from New Jersey?
I think 8th inning is right. I'm really hoping to get to the close. I hope we'll bring in our relief pitcher and get across the finish line, because look, we need that investment in the subway. That's, to me, like, partly we want to reduce congestion, and partly we need to invest in a modern signal system, in accessible subway trains, like the mass transit. That is the future of New York City. That's what our economy relies on. These are the resources to make the investments to really modernize it and make it run as effectively as it can.
So the MTA anticipates collecting about $1 billion annually from the new toll. Is this what you would expect as well? Is that what you have penciled in?
That is what's projected. Now, obviously, we have to see where it lands, got to get through the lawsuits, have to see how implementation goes. But yes, about $1 billion a year, which they're going to write about a $15 billion bond investment against. And those are the resources that we need to modernize the signal system. We're still operating on decades-old technology. Our peer cities are way ahead of us here. Safe, fast, reliable mass transit is the key to New York's thriving, and this is a big piece of the investment that will make that work.
Yes, but it will definitely put a lot of strain on certain businesses located in areas right near where the tolling is. Congestion pricing critics will say that small businesses will have to take on this new expense. They'll have to pass it on to their customers, for instance. How do you see this affecting small businesses in Midtown as well as downtown?
Well, don't forget, we already have tolling on the Hudson River bridges. We don't on the East River bridges. So partly there's just sort of a whole set of quirks that right now truck routing is already taking into account. So I think this will actually even this out a little bit. There will be a period of adjustment, but there are many fewer people. Most people just do not drive their personal cars into Manhattan. So Look, there's going to be some resetting and adjusting. And look, I'm sympathetic to small business owners for whom this is going to be an additional expense. But you've just got to think about the city as a whole. Everyone will thrive better if customers can get to you faster, if the city itself can keep its mass transit strong, if congestion is reduced. If that was a fair process to consider exemptions. Of course, people want more of them. I totally understand. But from the point of view of long-term investment in the city, this makes sense.
Brad Lander, really appreciate your joining us today. Look forward to speaking with you again. New York City Comptroller Brad Lander there talking to us about how he's voting in the Disney proxy battle tomorrow, as well as New York City's congestion pricing plan.
All right, everybody, you've been listening to our Scarlet Fu on our Bloomberg TV side. They're in a conversation on radio and TV and on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. Conversation with New York City Comptroller Brad Lander. The New York City pension funds, they invest in Disney shares, several of them. They, as we heard from Brad Lander, among the 60% that have voted already in favor of Disney, that proxy battle between the Walt Disney Company and billionaire activist investor Nelson Peltz's Tryon Fund Management. They do have a Disney shareholder meeting tomorrow.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting that he said, he doesn't see Nelson Peltz actually having the experience to be on the board and run a media company. And he spoke about Iger's track record. He did say he wasn't a fan of the way that Chapek ran the company, but that era is over. So he wants to see the next CEO transition happen in a cleaner way. But he said, hey, look at what Bob Iger did over his tenure, especially the first time. He's happy with it. And he said even lately it's outperformed other media companies.
Bob Iger there for a long time, retired. Chapek was in, and then after things not necessarily going as the board maybe wanted it to, Bob Iger came back to the company. But this was the latest test for CEO Bob Iger, who returned to the helm at the Walt Disney Company back in November of 2022. But again, we did get that headline that crossed just about 4:24 p.m. Wall Street time that the Walt Disney Company is ahead in that proxy fight with Nelson Peltz's Tryon Management, with more than 60% of the votes going in their favor.
Let's go over to Charlie Pellet for an update on the latest when it comes to today's trade and business stories, because we had quite a volatile day in the markets, Charlie Pellet.
And indeed, Tim, it was a down day as well with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all finishing in the red. Yes, off-session lows, but still a 1% drop in the Dow today, down 396 points. The S&P was down 38 points, a drop there of 0.7%. NASDAQ Composite Index lower today by 1%. 10-year at 4.35% with a 2-year 4.69%. Spot gold today advanced 1.3%, $22.79 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude was up 2.1%, $85.46 for a barrel of WTI. Well, as for the overall market backdrop, Liz Young is head of investment strategy at SoFi, and she was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
What's going on right now is that this pause in the rally, I think, is giving investors some reason to start to second guess, okay, is there another leg up? Is there more growth available in the U.S. because we've been riding this U.S. wave for a long time? Is it time that we start looking outside for other pockets of growth?
SoFi's Liz Young. Health insurance stocks tumbled today after regulators did not boost payments for private Medicare plans like the industry had come to expect. Shares of Humana today down 13.4%. It is the most exposed to Medicare among large insurance companies. Among other names today, United Health Group was down 6.4% and CVS Health down by 7.2%. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 38, down 0.7%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master along here with Tim Stenovec here, and looking at shares of Chipotle in the aftermarket, just barely moved, just up a little bit higher, but this is among our most read stories in Bloomberg, just popping up here.
Yeah, our own Janet Friend writing that Chipotle Mexican Grill has confirmed to Bloomberg News that it has implemented menu prices in California. Here's what the company's chief corporate affairs officer told Bloomberg, quote, "We implemented a statewide price increase in light of new legislation in California increasing the wages of restaurant workers." She did not confirm the number of stores impacted nor the specific price changes. We should remind everybody that as of yesterday, the minimum wage in California has gone up to $20 an hour. So a lot of companies trying to figure out, especially in this low margin business, trying to figure out how they can offset the new minimum wage requirement by increasing efficiencies or raising prices.
Well, you go back to basic economics, right? Pricing is such an important, component, and you don't want to do anything that kind of squashes demand too much, but you also want to make sure that you're covering costs and kind of preserving your margins. What's really funny is Janet earlier today had, not funny, just kind of following her sector, if you will, but she had a story out that KeyBank's data scrape of Chipotle Mexican Grill digital menu suggests that the restaurant chain has increased prices in most of its California locations, commensurate with that minimum wage hike for fast food workers to $20 an hour. So the KeyBank analyst saying, according to our data, Chipotle raised menu prices in 303 of its 476 active stores in the state, adding that it's possible that the remaining 73 units could see a price change in the coming days. So this is, analysts kind of looking at different areas, trying to figure out what's going on, and then getting the company to kind of address it.
The price increases. These are legit price increases, Carol. Based on the data scrape, Eric Gonzalez over at KeyBank sees that about 8.1% of price increase for chicken, 7.6% for carnitas, and 6.8% for steak or barbacoa for both carryout and delivery options.
Yeah, so interesting, right? In terms of what they're seeing, although we're waiting for some specific confirmation, I guess, right, in terms of the stores impacted or the specific price changes.
Lori Shallow, the company's chief corporate affairs officer, did not confirm the number of stores impacted nor specific price changes.
Yeah, interesting. Not a
surprise. Hey, if you're going to Chipotle soon in California, send us a tweet.
Let us
Get
know
in touch
what's
with
going
us on IB on the Bloomberg terminal and let us know how much you're paying.
Listen, shares of Chipotle, man, they've been on a tear this year. They're up about 27% so far here in 2024. We've talked about them a lot. The stock was up another 0.9%. We've talked with the company's CEO, Brian Niccol, a lot, and they do seem to, they're very aware of pricing. They're very aware of costs, and they have moved prices as needed, really.
Chipotle doesn't have franchisees. These are company-run stores. This is a different story for people who perhaps are small business owners who are franchisees of large chains who do have a small number of stores operating in, let's say, California and are required to raise minimum wage. They don't necessarily have the scale that Chipotle has. They can't offset these cost increases with, whatever's happening in other parts of the country.
Right, good point.
It's important to pay people a living wage, but I think it's going to be an interesting experiment to follow what happens in California with such a dramatic price increase. Very expensive place to live.
Yeah.
There's such a dramatic minimum wage increase. Look, California, a very expensive place to live. But how this shakes out remains to be seen.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we'll see whether or not the next time around that we've got earnings from the company. I'm just going to take a quick look here. Next time is April 24th after the closing bell. So we'll look to see, and I'm sure there'll be some more clarity in terms of exactly what that process is and what they're doing in terms of that policy. Hey, just quick check again. Stock not moving too much here.
Why? Whenever we talk about Chipotle, I just get
hungry.
We always do it.
I'm hungry too.
It's like, show's almost over.
A little guacamole.
Yeah.
We ask for so little.
Yeah.
Some chips. Some salsa.
Why not?
Or you really might want a burrito.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take one.
He's always angry. I mean, hangry. Did
hangry?
I say?
Yeah. All right, Dr.
No,
Freud.
he's always hungry. He's never angry. Well, occasionally he's hangry. All right, everybody, we're coming back right here on Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovic. Don't go anywhere.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Verve Therapeutics plunged 35% today after it cited safety concerns for pausing enrollment in a study of its gene editing treatment for people with high cholesterol, delivering a setback to the promising new field of medicine. Again, today we had shares of Verve down by 35%. Tesla was down 4.9%. It suffered its first year-over-year sales drop since the early days of the COVID pandemic. And with more on the Tesla story, here's Bloomberg's Erica Herskowitz.
Charlie, Tesla said it handed over 386,810 vehicles in the first 3 months of 2024. That fell well short of analysts' average estimate for 449,080 deliveries. Wall Street had rapidly lowered projections for the Austin-based company's deliveries as the first quarter came to a close. The company faced shutdowns of its plant outside Berlin and switched over its California factory to make an upgraded version of the Model 3, a process that tends to slow output. Tesla expanded its offerings late last year with the introduction of the stainless steel Cybertruck in the U.S. The company didn't break out how many Cybertrucks it produced and delivered. Charlie?
And that's Erica Herskowitz reporting again. Tesla today down by 4.9%. We did hear from another EV maker, Rivian Automotive. It said it built and delivered more EVs last quarter than Wall Street expected, giving the automaker a needed boost as it grapples with production hurdles and heavy costs. Shares, however, today did fall by 5.2%. Autodesk down by the most in almost a month after the software company disclosed an internal investigation into its own accounting practices. Autodesk today down 4.1%. And those are our top company stories at this hour, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody. Tim and I getting ready to wrap up the Tuesday edition of Bloomberg Business Week.
I'm just gabbing with Doug Krisner right now.
Are you kicking it with Chris?
She did it. She went there.
She went there. How are you?
I'm okay. It was kind of, I don't know.
What were you talking? Tesla? Were you talking
we
Fed
talked
rate
Tesla.
cuts?
Tesla. We talked Fed rate cuts.
We had a really interesting chat about AI with an author of a new book out now.
I'm a little obsessed. He was really chatty
Ethan
about
Mollick.
ChatGPTs.
Co-intelligence. It's out today. Living and working with AI.
Like we're trying
really cool.
we're trying to really understand like how does this all ultimately affect our lives? And it's really kind of this guy's been playing with a lot of chatbots.
Tom.
Sorry, I was printing a story that you just told us about that I want to read on the way home.
Yeah, the Washington Post story.
Interesting. Microsoft, right?
Microsoft,
China hack?
apparently a pretty scathing indictment, security lapses, which allowed the Chinese hackers to get into the system and access the emails of a number of U.S. officials. And on that list is Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo.
Which they would be interested in.
And here, the thing that struck me, the line in the story that you'll read, is that Microsoft still does not know how the China hackers were able to get into the system.
So meaning that she used a Microsoft-based email system.
Correct. It was a cloud-based system, and somehow hackers in China were able to get in. And, you know, who knows what type of information they were able to access, the stuff that gets transmitted via email. It's just, it's disturbing.
The thing is, it's disturbing, Doug, but, we talk about this, too. Like, we know the U.S. officials, right, hack into systems as well.
I'm
Like,
sure they do.
This is the new war front
that's
that,
it.
if you will.
Today, presidents...
I'm not excusing it, but it's just kind of part of our...
Biden and Xi were talking to earlier today.
How do you read that?
Well, a couple of things. It's trade practices and the suggestion that Biden made that maybe there's some more tariffs that could be happening. Also, the fact that there is no way that the U.S. would consider relaxing any of the restrictions it has placed on high tech to China because of the issue of national security. And TikTok, the ban on TikTok came up. So apparently the White House doesn't want to do away with TikTok. It's not an outright ban. How will ByteDance, the parent company, divest of TikTok if that's what the U.S. Congress ends up coming up, with? I mean, right now it's the Senate. They're going to be holding hearings, perhaps. We know what the House did in passing that bill. And Biden, for one, has said that he would go ahead and sign it.
Yeah.
So
they also spoke about risks posed by AI in combating illicit drugs, such as fentanyl.
You're going back to the Washington...
No, it's Biden and Xi.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And this is stuff that they talked about back in November.
Yeah. Well, this is the first time that they've had kind of a one-on-one since the San Francisco meeting in November.
That's a good thing. Like I
Yes,
just
they're
think the
still
visual
talking.
around it, that
You're
there's
right.
still a conversation.
I think that's a
and-
good point.
Right? Like I think about, I mean, frenemies.
But here, Yellen is going,
to some
right,
extent.
later in the week, and one of the things that she's aiming to do is to deal with this issue of overcapacity.
Yeah.
Talk to the Europeans when it comes to the notion of dumping electric vehicles in Europe when you have, in a country like Germany, major automakers, BMW, Volkswagen, the rest, that are going to be really feeling this. And the Europeans are ticked off. And they're going to be pushing back. And there are similar concerns. I know we've talked on our program about Chinese EV manufacturers going to Mexico as a way of then perhaps at some point gaining access into the U.S. market.
Yeah.
It's crazy stuff. But there's this sense of nationalism, patriotism, protectionism, and so how do you break down those barriers once they get erected? I have no idea.
I don't know. It just seems like it's just we're moving closer and closer to
In
that.
an election year,
Yeah,
right?
right.
This is going to be really
Exactly.
crazy. It's
Exactly.
going to be really crazy.
Where there's a
What's
lot
on
of
your
it.
mind?
Just thinking, well, I'm just thinking about in an
He's
election
hungry.
year, the way
He's
that
actually hungry.
the former president's policies were kind of kept intact by President Biden when it came to China.
You could make the case that they became a little bit more severe in terms of the restrictions on, technology. It wasn't, but the tariff issue is kind of I think, a misguided way of dealing with the problem.
I think a lot of people would agree with you about that.
I'm not a smart person on that. I think that's kind of the consensus.
All right, you guys, are you done? Do I have to turn this car around
Go ahead,
again?
Carol Mass.
All right, that's going to do it for us, guys. Have a good evening. Balance of Power starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Kaylee Lyons. President Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping speak one-on-one for the first time since November. We'll have more on the phone call in the state of the U.S.-China relationship with Democratic Congresswoman Dinah Titus, member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. An investigation underway after 7 aid workers were killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza. Michael Allen of Beacon Global Strategies will